Hello. This is Teiyu, your emotional support animal. Hi there, everyone. Hey Morty, congrats on being first. Hey Calvin. Oru. Hey Lapin, sorry about the coughing. I'm just a slimy boy. And Analog, hello there. And Albatross, thanks for the lurk as always. And Eisen, hi. Hey Morty, thanks for the friendly reminder. I'm okay. I didn't sleep terribly well. I had a headache. I took a thing, an aspirin kind of thing. My throat is not terribly good. And, you know, stuff. But we'll try. We'll try this. How are you guys doing? As I get to what we're doing today. Chrome. Hello. There we are. Wait. Mouse? Mouse? Hello? Mouse, are you here? Yubi! Hi there, Yubi. How are you doing? Why is my mouse not appearing? There you are. Jesus Christ. They're hitting me in the head with a hammer. Ugh, God. Yeah, I feel like the weather is doing a lot in that regard. Like, I just went outside for like a couple minutes and I got a headache from that. It's kind of wild. Please tell me if the sound mixing is okay. So yeah. Hands up, who remembers the last study stream where we went through Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents by Lindsay C. Gibson? Weather is nice, your state is not. Oh god. Oh, the state that you're in, huh? I thought the weather was killing you. Mushroom. Hi there, Pico. How are you doing? I still have to listen to that, but it did sound really nice. I'm really curious about like the extended lyrics, cause just like mushroom, you make me feel a little funny inside. Sounds like a dirty joke. Hang on, I feel like I'm too loud. Hey Moon, how are you doing? I'm too loud. I feel like I'm too loud. I'm gonna unload myself. A little bit. There, that should be better. So yeah. I brought up the still privated VODs that I made of the previous study streams, so I'll go through all of that and we'll take some notes on those notes, catch up on what we learned. Life's a little rough, but doing my best now. Just popping by for a little before bed. Oh, yeah, life does that. Oh wait, I'm hearing something. What am I hearing? Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Need to stretch. Thanks, dog. But yeah, Yubi, we'll get through this. Doing pretty okay. Excited because a new season of a game I'm playing will release. That means a new character and events. Nice. Is it one of the Genshins? One of the Impacts? I think it's Impacts. Because it's Honkai and Genshin Impact, I think. Wait, what am I hearing? I'm hearing myself. Why am I hearing myself? Where is this coming from? Oh, okay. I unpaused it. Okay. There we are. Yeah. Step at a time. But it's gonna be worth it in the end. Don't you worry about that. Now. Oh god, the quality is horrendous. Can we get that? Yeah, okay. That's better. Alright, so yeah, so this book is about the influence that our parents had on us, and you know how to overcome that, because you know it cannot be overstated how much your parents still influence the way that your brain has formed. Hi there, Rav. How are you doing? That worked, right? Oh, Cup, hi there. I'm alright, I'm hanging in there. Trying to keep trucking. Not Genshin this time, it's Identity V. I'm excited for the new character considering she's a heavy support, but I'm 90% sure people aren't gonna properly decode ciphers which means playing Survivor equals bad teammates. I don't know what any of that means, but I'm glad that you're excited. I hope it's gonna be everything that you hope for. Yeah, so what was I? Yeah, like we're gonna get into that later on in the notes, but basically, you know, when you're just a little baby, a little helpless baby, the first real instinct you have is to cry for help, because you know that you're helpless. You don't know what's going on, but you know that you're helpless, and that you have this instinct that these big people who you recognize as your parents, apparently, are needed for you to survive. So your whole first years of mental development are basically focused on making sure that you survive with the help of these people. And everything, it kind of develops this first framework you have of how to interpret everything else about how the world works. And everything that comes after that builds on top of that. Yeah, going to bed is also a very valid instinct. Go ahead and do that. It's cool. New character is unique considering in a game with aristocratic characters from the 1700s and such, having a character who look like they're from the 70s, 80s is unique need. Hi there, Chris. This is your first study stream, isn't it? Hi there. We're doing a recap of, you know, what we did so far in the study streams. I hope you guys can read it okay. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit more. We don't need all that outside stuff. Why is it so? A recap? You're not wearing a hat though? Yeah. Exactly, that's why we have to do a recap to get my cap back. Your glasses now, it's a redeem. Hi there, Moa. Ah, that was not on purpose. It just ran out. えってなんだよ。There you go. Shut it for. Oh, thanks for that, Pat.
You've triggered my creative powers. That's what I call my PP.
Moa, what the hell? That's the kind of joke I would make. Hang on, there's a Magikarp in chat. Just looking if I have that. I do. Okay. Everything is alright. So yeah, everyone gives some love to Moa. She is one of the most creative people I've ever met, and you would do well to recognize that. Wait, I just realized I should have... God damn it. Hang on. We're gonna do this. Oh, thanks for that, Pat. I get that carp. You get that carp. You get that carp like your life depends on it. Fit to screen. Okay. Now we get that back. And I'm gonna... There we go. Oopie doop. Hang on. We gotta make this work. Okay. I think that is good enough. Take even note on something I said. Wait, what? Take a note on something you said? What do you mean? Still feel like a small little man. What? Oh. You're such a big little man, though. Wait. What was that? Also trying a new recipe. I'll let you know what the results are. Oh, I hope it goes well. Eisen, give me that cark. Cark? Are you yelling at me? I don't know. Need food on something I said a couple streams ago. Oh yeah. Oh god. Sorry, I didn't really find an answer on that yet. Sorry about that. You forgot to. Well then. Okay. So preview. Chapter 1 is about emotional loneliness as a result of emotional neglect. I guess we don't really need the preview. We're just going to be taking notes anyway. Or maybe we should. Yeah, we should. Basically, if you got neglected during childhood, you probably feel a certain underlying loneliness in your life. Even possibly when you aren't even alone, you still feel alone. Of course, that's not to say that every time you feel alone, even when in the company of others, that means that you were emotionally neglected as a child. But, it's one of those things. It could very well be. Although, this is one of those things probably everyone was emotionally neglected to at least a certain extent. Children are very needy, and in today's culture, in these systems we inhabit, parents rarely get enough time to really be there for their children as much as the children need. The music is a little bit quiet, isn't it? I feel like I should turn it up just a tiny little notch. Is this good? I feel always alone, even with friends around. The feeling of loneliness never shakes off. Oh. Yeah, I feel that. So, inside loneliness. So next up, wait, there's music? Oh yeah. Okay, I should maybe turn it up yet a little bit more. how's this? Feels like a dark void inside of me that never really can be filled. Well, I guess we might get somewhere then. Like, this might be valuable to you. I feel like this book is very valuable to everyone because, as I said, I feel like everyone has these issues to at least a small extent. At least one thing I did fix was that I'm unwanted. I mean, that you feel unwanted is what I hope you're trying to say, because you aren't unwanted. You know, that is not a reality exactly. Yeah, good. So next up, we are covering a bunch of characteristics of emotionally immature parents. Yeah, phones are like that. Thanks for that, Pat. Hi there, Vesper. And I guess 2 and 3 yeah, the book gets into a lot of detail about like what emotional immaturity really means. Cause hi Golan. I'm doing, I'm hanging in there. I feel like I can function. At least to an extent. Let's hope that keeps up. Hang on, I'll just get through the preview and then I'll do the workout. Yeah, because emotional immaturity is, it's kind of the thing that this whole book rides on. So, yeah, the author takes a lot of time to, really define what it actually is that she means. Sounds like you're hanging in there, but barely, a little bit. Yeah, not just sometimes. Would never say that my parents emotionally neglected me, but I spent most of my childhood with myself and never really had friends, and if I had one, I kept them at an arm's length. Yeah, it can be one of those things that's hard to identify. Like, it doesn't have to be like outright neglect the way you maybe think when you hear the word childhood neglect. It's more like like for instance, about myself. My mother cared a lot about raising me. Live in the basement, kid. Oh god. Sorry to hear that, Golden. But also, she only really stayed in the unhappy relationship with my father to take care of me until I was of a certain age. And I think I just, little children are very emotionally sensitive because, as I said, they have this instinct to focus on their parents and figure out how to make sure that that those parents keep them alive, So there's like a certain push and pull going on there about like I need to force them to take care of me by making myself a nuisance. But also if I notice that I'm making them upset and they don't want to help me anymore, then I need to stop doing that and stuff. So I think I just noticed that there was a certain underlying stress, and that every time I needed something, it made them even more stressed and unhappy. I think that meant I developed this kind of baseline assumption that I shouldn't ever ask for help, and that I should stay quiet and not cause any trouble, which was difficult because I'm a little neurodivergent, so I ended up causing trouble no matter if I wanted to or not. So, yeah. So yeah, it doesn't, I wouldn't say that I was neglected, but my mother she had her own issues, and so it was, I never developed this really secure connection, the secure emotional bond where I'm like, oh yeah, I can trust that no matter what happens, someone's got my back. Teiyu the troublemaker, I can see it that you would be surprised. I was actually called to the what's it called? The principal's office twice for destruction of school property. Which was never on purpose, but it happened. And yeah, my father was just, my father also didn't neglect me, but he wasn't emotionally available. So that still ends up kind of feeling the same. Once wrecked the PC of my old headmaster. Oh, that's an accomplishment. Eating the school glue sticks again. Yeah, I know. Hang on, let me catch up. Was often not allowed to go out alone till I was 15. Kind of feel like I missed out on many social things. Aww. Now that I know that I have people around me that care, I need to fix my other mistakes I did, caused enough problems on some people. I'm not sure if you can really fix those issues. Like, what happened is what's in the past is in the past, and you can make an amends. Though it's also important to differentiate if it's important enough to make those amends, or if it's a very complex thing, but like, I just want to make sure that you don't get too fixated on the idea of having to fix problems that you caused, and also to make up for them. Like, I still sometimes, just recently I thought about like this one kid in school who I could have been great friends with, but apparently there was a big misunderstanding, and I only realized many years after the fact what the misunderstanding was. And I really tried to find this person on Facebook or something to see if maybe I can reach out and be like, hey, I didn't actually mean that, so but I need to just let go of that. Like, that just happened in the past, and the fact that I'm so hung up on that is exactly one of these things caused by this whole thing, exactly one of these problems. 99% of the time, the only person that remembers your mistakes are you. Exactly. We all did something at one point, yeah. To be fair, they called me and my family some racist things, so I was mad. Yeah. She didn't press any charges since she couldn't afford any legal issues for racism. You and that person are cemetery different people. Holy shit, phone. Please. Yeah. We're basically different people now. Dinner successful? Hey, yeah. Good. Glad to hear it. Real life rough story. Once on Father's Day in 3rd grade, I said I was a bastard when pressed for dad info. Then at the principal's office I said, it's in the dictionary and accurate. When my mom was called, the first thing she said to the principal was, do you have a dictionary? Then why would you harass my kid on Father's Day for not having a father? Oh, I guess that's valid, yeah. It is a word. It is a perfectly correct word, I guess. Is there an alternative word for that? I don't know, probably. Me too, though. I don't want people to feel that some people are mad at me, or that they thinking I'm a bad person, especially people you like to be with. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like it's important to get a second opinion on like what you did, if you were in the wrong, if it matters that you were in the wrong, like what you can and should do about that, stuff like that. 99% of the time you'll end up remembering those mistakes for no reason. Hey, you want to see those bad memory? I got plenty of those. Once I can somewhat see my issues, I can't really make something out of them. It is very complex, yeah. Mom and I generally have the same thought in our heads. Oh, that sounds very nice, actually. Seems like you're very close. Okay. Let's try to keep finishing this preview. So yeah, identifying a bunch of different types of emotional immaturity in parents. Chapter 5, coping skills that children develop, internalizes and externalizes, right? Looking inward and seeing what you are, how you developed in response to those influences. Hi there, Mara. How are you doing? In depth about the internalizer type, because the externalizer type is unlikely to be reading, less likely to be reading that book, because externalizers tend to make everything everyone else's problem, instead of looking inward and being like, oh, I'm so bad, why am I so bad, The process of realizing the problem, just like that chapter is like a closer look at how you realize the process of realizing that something isn't right, and then starting to look into how to heal. Yeah, hi Boomer, it's these again. Some success stories and how to find someone who'll treat you right, because our relationship to our parents is like the blueprint for how we conceptualize relationships in general. We tend to I don't want to say we tend to get into relationships with people who are like our parents necessarily, but we do tend to kind of like recreate relationship structures that we are used to. So like if you're used to, I don't know, for instance, working for the approval of your father or something, then it's like you're more likely to get into a relationship where you feel like you have to work to, to make the other person love you and stuff like that. The first thing I do in a situation where someone feels like I've wronged them is get a second friend to look at the situation. Yeah. Mistake I did will be a burden to me for the rest of my days. Thinking that I made someone stressed out is not a great thing. All I can do is to fix my mistakes and be a better person, but I keep fighting. Well, try to be in good terms with that person. As I said, just try to get a second opinion on like what you did and what you should do. We can be molded into people like our parents. Of course, there's the rebellion phase, but that is usually temporary. Everyone has the potential, but at the same time, perspective is everything. Yeah, A firm believer of accountability, absolutely. Like, my mother is a good example of like that, what Boomer's talking about. Like, my mother had like the worst childhood. It's not a competition, but like, it's a lot. And part of the reason why she... Good, proud of you, Analog. Just want to make sure. Part part of the reason why it was so important to her to raise me was because she explicitly wanted to be not like her own mother, you know? Like, she was treated horribly, and it was part of her own conception of herself as a person to strive to be not like that. But also there's still, you know, when she was in a bad state, in a bad state emotionally, those patterns that she picked up from her childhood still shone through, and she did some stuff that she wouldn't be proud of. So yeah, you can always consciously try to rebel against your upbringing, but it's a struggle, and yeah, it's always a struggle. Mommy Dearest movie horribly? What? I can empathize with that. There are things my parents did I will never do for my kids. At the same time, I do love them. No person is ever perfect. Perfection is more of an abstract than a certainty. Well, that, yeah, definitely. Okay, I'm supposed to do some squats right now, so I'll go do some squats. In the meantime, let's have a little shout out for Raph. It's lighter. Ladders, wake up. 1. Wake up, ladders. 3.
Ladders,
4.
can you hear me?
5.
Ladders.
6. 7.
Mr. L, sir.
8.
Mr. L.
9.
Ladders.
10.
Ladders. Wake up and ladders.
11. 12. 13. 14. 15.
Just wanted to look at these fossils.
16. 17. 18. 19. 20. Yeah, I get that, Lupin. I get that. If you hear the sound of bears wrestling, don't worry. I'm just eating, and it's ridiculously good. So just like, good. I'm glad to hear it. See, you didn't lose your touch. Not the dreaded shout out. Oh no. Okay. Emotional loneliness, the result of not getting enough emotional intimacy from other people. If this is a chronic feeling, you probably had parents who didn't provide you with enough emotional closeness. Children can't understand why parents would not provide this intimacy that they instinctively yearn for, so they'll likely feel like they are the ones who did wrong. The emotional bonds with your caretakers are the foundation in your brain of how relationships work throughout your life, so this is a bad. It's a new recipe you've never tried before. Well, congrats on the first try. Emotional intimacy, having someone you feel perfectly safe to be around and share anything with, can be provided by emotionally mature people who are capable of dealing with their own emotions as well as others. Love you all at the same time. What? What is this?
Emotional damage.
Indeed. Wait, why is it repeating? I wonder if I should turn off. It's always relevant. Wonder if I should turn off the workout routine while it's so hot. So I do not want to be like my dad. The chance of me ending up like my father is probably high. Aww. Well, you can always try to, work against that. That's what all this awareness that we're trying to build here helps with. Thanks, Doc. Hi, Noble Bunny. Hey! Glad to see you. How have you been? Emotionally immature people, meanwhile, are so self-preoccupied, so unable to deal with and unwilling to even acknowledge their own issues that they certainly won't want to deal with anyone else's if it isn't convenient for them. Yeah. I think we're gonna get into more detail on that. Yeah, this book spends a lot of time like defining these terms, so yeah. You're not alone. Important point. This was a stretch. Yeah, Papa. You're never alone, you all matter. Exactly. Let me just... There we go. There. Is that a Doctor Who reference? No. It is not. My dad at least was there and allowed me to be who I am, so maybe it's not that bad. I mean, it's not so much about turning into the exact same person, but like, you know, they leave an imprint on you, kind of. So, like, I don't know, if your dad has some bad qualities, but he was always there for you, then someone really childish, yeah, like... Basically what I'm trying to say is, like, it's not like you just turn into a copy-paste of your parents. It's just that the way they act towards us makes us, like... It creates a certain dynamic, and that dynamic just kind of sticks with you, basically. But like, you don't just, you know, take on all of their traits. Just the way that their traits affected you stays with you. I think. Already like my dad, quiet, grumpy, resting bitch face. I'm screwed. Aw. Can we maybe copy and delete these alpha men? Maybe? I haven't tried yet. Technically, we are all made of matter, so we are all one and all matter? I guess, I mean... We're all made of basically the same particles, but it's, you know, it's all about the way those particles are put together. So, you know. Okay, copy more like mimics and it's all learned and glued into our empty brains as kids. We are energy condensed into slow vibration. Yeah, vibes, man, vibes. Okay, emotional pain as a good thing. That's what I've been saying recently. Bad emotions are basically a form of pain, letting you know that something is wrong and needs to be changed. Being aware of your loneliness and where it comes from means that you can figure out how to fix it. Children growing up emotionally neglected will do whatever it takes to make some kind of connection with their parents. They'll put others' needs before their own as a price to pay for being allowed into a relationship, covering up their own emotional needs, which only exacerbates the loneliness. Many of them, quote-unquote, grow up quickly, as they're already used to taking care of themselves and maybe even others. They might prematurely jump into jobs or relationships and end up in exploitative conditions in either. Why the past repeats itself, i.e., why we get into relationships that are just as emotionally unsatisfying as the one with our parents. Safety lies in familiarity. Quote our stupid brains. Well, Çಓᴄ appeared. Holy heck. That's my favorite Pokemon. Where is it? It's Gen 3. Okay, I don't have a Çಓᴄ. To be honest, I wish I was a shapeshifter. Just look how I want to look. Yeah, same. That would be the life. Feeling guilty for being unhappy. When someone seems to be doing well for themselves but is still unhappy, that's a classic sign of someone whose physical needs were met during childhood, but not their emotional ones. Oh. Males have the same emotional needs, and honestly, the fact that they are expected not to and to push those feelings aside makes them even more vulnerable. That's an important one. Children might try desperately to fulfill whatever roles they think their parents expect them to, as if the fleeting moments of approval were the emotional intimacy they actually craved. Probably just travel the lands and somewhat get away from everything. Traveling does sound really nice. It's been so long since I really traveled. Hey, got a ﷺ봇! So yeah, if anything is unclear or I should repeat something, then please go ahead and ask. If not, I'll keep moving on. Ah, there we are. Can you always do these, please? I don't know if I can, but I'll try to do them more often. Come on. Okay, there we go. Oh. I wanted to visit Gamescom, but sadly everything is bound to money. Ugh, yeah. That is true, that is true. Just so damn calming. Oh, I'm glad you feel that way. So, this one is about, the fact that it's, normal to feel hate. Hate is a normal and involuntary reaction when somebody tries to control you for no good reason. It signals that the person is extinguishing your emotional life force by getting his or her needs met at your expense. Sometimes children are made to feel like they are the ones who have to take care of their parents instead, and those children might grow up to feel like relationships are a trap. Guilt is a manageable emotion and a small price to pay for freedom. Yeah, if you feel guilty for cutting your parents out of your life. Jesus, hi there. How you doing? Then, that's still better than the alternative. On not trusting your instincts. Without parents validating their child's feelings and instincts, they may grow up to give in to anything others seem sure about. Oh god, that is familiar. Which, by the way, makes them vulnerable to gaslighting. They might end up in relationships where they have to put in the work. Effort is needed to maintain a healthy relationship, but if it feels like constant unrewarding work, something's wrong. If both partners fit each other and understand each other's feelings, relationships are primarily pleasurable. You can trust yourself to know when you're emotionally satisfied. If you've been trained to discount your feelings, you'll feel guilty for complaining when everything superficially looks fine about your life, for feeling the wrong thing. Doing good, just glad I'm not at work today, supposed to be 100 outside, ugh. Yeah, that is painful. Also, I can feel somewhat upset. I never really am sad or angry. Never really am, or never really feel safe to express. Because, yeah. That's how it is for me, kind of. I kind of have to force tears out of me. I tried to do that before a stream because I feel like there's something welling up inside of me, but yeah, just mask 24/7. True, yeah. Yeah, I guess it must be like especially bad for autistic people. I dearly hope that I don't misremember you being autistic. I'm pretty sure about that part. I've been wrong. I've been thinking wrong so often recently. But yeah, cause yeah, you are okay. Cause yeah, I feel like I don't know much about autism. It's a very complex thing, but emotional regulation, I think, is a big part of it. Difficulty with that, rather. And of course, parents of autistic children would probably be even more overwhelmed trying to deal with that than they already are, you know, usually. Depression and suicide rate is high with autistic people. Yeah. So yeah, like anything else, true. Lacking self-confidence due to parental rejection. Getting used to rejection means assuming that no one would care about you. This can lead to you stifling yourself and worsening the loneliness. Sometimes these kids can grow up successful and emotionally mature and all, but their trauma still lingers in the forms of nightmares and such. Why emotional closeness is so important? Because instincts. If vertical ape is alone in nature, it dies. Lone human is weak. Monkey together strong. The way I take notes is also highly variable. If vertical ape is alone in nature, it dies. Lone human is weak. Monkey together is strong. The hardest part of being autistic for me was always how people reacted on me being autistic. It was always seen as something bad or something to be scared of. Yeah. Why did you suddenly get the Russian accent? Well, you see, monkey together strong. That was perfect timing for Arya to appear. Hi there. Hi there, Arya.
Wow, 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 wow. Wir bleiben von der auch immer passiert. Wow, 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 wow. Doch wir wissen nicht, was morgen sein wird. Leb deinen Traum, denn er wird wahr. Geh deinen Weg, stelle dich der Gefahr. Alles, was wichtig ist, wirst du erkennen, wenn die Zeit kommen ist. Ja, greif nach den Sternen, du bist bereit. Glaub an dich, bald ist es soweit. Wir werden bei dir sein. Sei bereit. That was so bad. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that was such perfect timing. I just need to recap for a moment. Chris asked me why I was doing a Russian accent, and in that exact moment, Arya appears, our Slavic queen, and then she gets a shout out and starts singing in German. That is amazing. Hi there, Draco. And wait, hello, wait. Arya, thank you so much for the rate. Hello. Yeah, unga bunga makiken, yes. And Rivia, hello, hi. And Albatross, of course. We German MFs in here. Recently started rewatching Digimon. Ooh. How is it? When I rewatched it, I distinctly thought that it would be a lot less juvenile. But there's still something in there. The first season, definitely there's something there. It's still art. What were you actually doing, by the way? What were you streaming? Feelings Right. Oh yeah, how was that? How was Feelings Right? You Germans are something, are we? Wild if true. How am I? I'm alright, I'm alright. I just had a lot of fun if you hadn't noticed, so that was neat. I do have to take a little pee break in like a minute. But yeah. Was good, but ended early because I slept 3 hours. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I hadn't been sleeping a whole lot, but oh boy. Oh, Chris, you're Dutch? Really? I was like convinced that you're American. I don't know why. Well, shows what I know, apparently. Your lord. Okay. You speak the funny drunk version of German. It's not drunk, it's cute. You're American, yeah. Because I speak good American, like, apparently. That's my excuse. Also because I just kind of assume that everyone's American. Need to go shower and sleep now. Have a good fun. Have fun, yes. Don't worry. Take care of yourself, Arya. Thank you so much for coming by and dropping you people off, and I will take good care of some, and yeah. They will be taken care of. They will be fed, and they will have proper bedding and enrichment. Night. Take care. Rest well. Sleep tight. And stuff. Usually my mom talks, she involuntarily rolls her R's constantly. It's adorable. You're going to take care of us. Yes, I will. I will put you all into nice little beds, and I will pet your heads. Maybe give a nice little cheek pick on your forehead. And I will sing you a lullaby. Adorable. And I will make you breakfast in the morning. So yeah, be good man, take care of me please. I will. After these messages, be right back.
Thanks for a good story, man.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
Let's do it again.
From the top.
Yeah.
Reset like Mollymock.
Well, thank you for hanging in with us for this second campaign. The highs and lows and confusion and clusterfucks. Thank you so much for joining us. We love you very much. And is it Thursday yet? Good night.
We are going to attempt that penance. That shit penance.
The penance shall not be named.
Yeah, Zelda gets it. You have to fist the turkey to shove the stuffing in. That's how it works.
Just... Okay.
How did it taste, Era?
How does what taste?
The fisted turkey. You okay? You okay, Era?
Shut up.
You didn't have to fist your table, Era. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go right into Masha. Thank you.
Look at those babies! No, rats, come back! Oh.
It was on. I think it was on. The camera I did turn on. I made sure of that. I think. I'm out! It was there!
That's okay. Yeah. Never hurts to try to suck everything you can get your hands on. Don't quote me on that, because it's going to be taken out of context.
Merci. Bébou. Bébou, est-ce que tu manionis? Bébou, est-ce que tu manioques? Bébou. 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 Est-ce que tu manionis? Ah bah voilà. Putain, c'est compliqué d'avoir une spirit box.
Oh my god. Squeeze my balls right now. Squeeze my balls.
I'm squeezing the cream out of it.
Don't ask. Did you piss your pants yet? No, I'm bleeding in my pants because I'm menstruating!
Whoa, okay. Just really adding to this fray. We go. Oh no. Really putting this fun. Holding the tension here.
Not against vengeance. But now I'm not so sure.
Stop! Stop! Stop that timing now! Stop! You little stop! Stop! That timing! You goobers! You goobers! No, I'm not gonna laugh. That was good. No.
Does my mic sound better?
Dum da da dum dum ba. Late. Dum da 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 dum 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 dum.
So how's everyone doing?
Sorry if I'm bleh. Sorry I'm late. Every time she's reciting numbers, she always goes 3. 3. You know what they say? Make them laugh, make them breakfast. Yeah. Wait, what? Make them laugh and make them wonder what you're up to? Impudent. Oh, I missed the impudent. Cute Goatman is back. Hello. You boomers, I feel called out. Oh, okay, that was a clip. Okay, where were we? Ah, thanks for the hydrate. And stretch. I hope you're all staying hydrated too. Want to hear a cool little fun fact? Absolutely. Yeah, okay. Okay. Recognizing the emotionally immature parent. It can be hard to look at your parents objectively, like betrayal. Don't worry about it. This isn't about assigning blame. They mostly can't help it anyway. This is about you and about understanding them, and understanding yourself through them and your history with them. So this is kind of a checklist to help you figure out if something, if it applies to your parents. My parents often overreacted to relatively minor things. Applies to both. They didn't express much empathy or emotional awareness. Kinda, yeah. At least, well, one of them at least. Legendary Pokemon Rayquaza never had an event where it was given out in its non-shiny colors. Basically, if you want a normal one, you need to have caught it. Oh. I mean, that's... I don't know. Sorry, I didn't even know that there were Rayquaza events in the first place. Because it's just one of those things that's like right there in the game. I don't know, I really don't care about those events because it... I would care about Pokemon events if they were still like in Gen 5 or something, where instead of just getting the Pokemon delivered to you, it actually activated some kind of event in game where something happens, like a little bit of a plot line. But if you just get the Pokemon delivered to you, it's just like there's nothing to it. It just feels empty. So yeah. Anyway, it's kind of beside the point. They seemed uncomfortable with emotional closeness and feelings. Yeah, it's also true of both, actually. You know, the first time I read this book, I was actually noticing that it seemed to apply more to my father than to my mother. But recently I had a bit of a therapy session and realized that there's probably still a lot more going on with my mother. It's very hard to figure out with my mother because she is a lot like me, or rather I'm a lot like her, in that we're both kind of like barely holding on emotionally, but we just kind of have this strong construct of rational thought that we made for ourselves. So we tend to kind of fight against our emotions, and that means that, you know, the bad parts of her only shine through when she's doing badly and she can't hold them in anymore. So yeah. So since she's been doing pretty well in recent years, it's just I felt like, oh, I guess it doesn't apply to her. But yeah. Hi Connor, how you doing? The bragging rights, they did the events for an entire year and I got every single mythic Pokemon. Hey! Good job, Eisen. Good dude, you doing well? I'm alright, I'm alright. I hope I'll manage to keep up about this level of energy. Could be in a better state emotionally and physically, but I could be in a lot worse state too. Actually, I have an answer for you. I can give you out in a legit Victini event for Black and White where you need to catch it. Ooh. I mean, I was saying that I enjoyed them more until 5th generation, you know, where they still had those events. But yeah, holy crap. You can do that, huh? That's wild. Wait, how do you do that? Yeah? Have the rope, so hit me up if you want that event. Oh, interesting. I mean, I don't know. I have to say I don't really care. I mostly cared about Pokemon, like, not so much as like, it's not like I care about the Pokemon plot, but it's more about like I care about the way that me playing the game unfolds. And after I'm done with it, I don't feel much of a need to return or collect anything. We'll handle the cartridges when you need a 2D DSs. Ah, I see. But yeah, Connor, how are you doing? Okay, let's try to keep going here. They were often irritated by individual differences or different points of view. I don't know. That one's hard to pinpoint. Used me as a confidant, but wasn't one for me. Not this one. Often said and did things without thinking about people's feelings. Maybe. I do have horrible memory regarding my childhood. Didn't give me much attention or sympathy, except maybe when I was sick. Yeah, that's a big one. It can also this can also lead to some major difficulties because you know, one of the things that can lead to the development of what's it called? Of psychosomatic conditions is that your brain can kind of get used to and get comfortable with the feeling of being sick, because there are some secondary benefits to it. Like if you were always only taken care of when you were sick, and that gave you this feeling of being actually worth something and, you know, all that, then, you know, there's something inside of you that says, okay, you know what, we're sick, so that's I don't really want to get better, honestly. So yeah, that's one of those things I had to struggle with and still kind of do. There were inconsistent, sometimes wise, sometimes unreasonable, definitely. Either offered unhelpful, superficial advice or got angry or sarcastic when I was upset. Conversations mostly focused on them and their interests. I don't know. Don't know about that one. Even polite disagreements could make them very defensive. That happens a lot to me. My successes never seem to matter to them. Definitely not, no. Facts and logic were no match for my parents' opinions. Not really a thing for me, but yeah, I can see that being a problem for many. They were not self-reflective and didn't look at their own role in a problem. And mostly black and white thinkers, unreceptive to new ideas. A lot of these are kind of similar, but you know, that's gonna happen. Personality pattern versus temporary emotional regression. Oh. Anyone can briefly lose emotional control when tired and or stressed. When it's a personality pattern, it shows up repeatedly and the behavior is probably so automatic and unconscious that they aren't aware and don't reflect on it or see anything wrong. Right, yeah. So, yeah, anyone can have a moment of becoming too overwhelmed by emotion to still act reasonable. But if someone, you know, if it's a big old pattern that repeats, then yeah, then that is an issue. That is a big underlying issue. Okay. Scroll forward. And this seems like, yeah. Aspects of emotional, my dad became kind of cold, more cold over time. Do you have any idea why that might be? Aspects of emotional maturity. Capable of thinking objectively while sustaining deep emotional connections. Can function independently while also having deep emotional attachments, incorporating both into their daily life. After my uncle died a while ago, yeah, that does make sense. I'm sorry to hear that. Directly pursue what they want without exploiting others. Sufficiently differentiated from their original family to build a life of their own. Have a well-developed sense of self and identity. Comfortable and honest about their own feelings. Wait, should I? Okay, I guess I'll go through these again and see if they apply to my own. Capable of thinking objectively while sustaining deep emotional connections. Dubious. I mean, it's kind of hard to judge. Caravania. There's a Caravania in chat. Caravana? Caravana? I don't know how to pronounce that actually. He doesn't go to the doctors at all anymore, even though his cough is just worse than any other I've ever heard before. Oh dear. Oh. I see. Can function independently while also having deep emotional attachments, incorporating both into their life. I mean, obviously I can't really judge how, my parents' ability to form deep emotional attachments. Uncle died of cancer, I assume he's scared or something like that. Oh. Directly pursue what they want without exploiting others. That exploiting others part is difficult. Sufficiently differentiated from their original family to build a life of their own. I mean, yeah. My mother had that. Have a well-developed sense of self and identity. I don't know, dude. I guess it would be maybe easier to see if you have that. Do I have these traits? I sure as hell hope so. Directly pursue what they want. Kind of have difficulty directly pursuing things, but yeah, I try. Sufficiently differentiated from their own. I mean, that's not the issue. Have a well-developed sense of self and identity. Not really. Struggling with that part. Comfortable and honest about their own feelings. Honest, yeah. Comfortable, not sure. Since then he just became kind of more confused, too overwhelmed with even from small things like opening a door, even as simple as just making breakfast. Oh dear. Get along well with others thanks to well-developed empathy, impulse control, and emotional intelligence. I'd like to think I have that. Interested in other people's inner lives. Enjoy opening up and sharing with others. I struggle with that a little bit, to be perfectly honest. I do want to get better about that. Work out interpersonal problems directly through communication. Cope with stress in a realistic, forward-looking way while consciously processing their thoughts and feelings. Kind of have a difficulty with consciously processing those feelings, but mostly. Can control their emotions when necessary, anticipate the future, adapt to reality, and use empathy and humor to ease difficult situations and strengthen bonds. I think so. Enjoy being objective and know themselves well enough to admit their weaknesses. I think so. Yes. To be honest, I kind of feel like he isn't the same father who raised me anymore. I mean, I guess I don't know what to say. Yeah. I'm sorry. So, some personality traits associated with emotional immaturity. Rigid and single-minded. Might strive in simple situations with clear paths, but will act either rigid or impulsive in more complex situations, like relationships or any larger issues, with strong emotions attached. They try to cope by narrowing reality down into something manageable and will not budge once their minds are made up. Yeah, difficulty with complex situations. It's alright, I kind of have to help him just a lot, and to be honest, it has been one of the reasons why I haven't been able to stream that much. Do you have to help him a lot? Like, where's that have to, that imperative coming from? They have low stress tolerance. Responses to stress are reactive and stereotyped. I keep forgetting what that means, really. Stereotyped reaction. Stereotyped response, unlearned behavioral reaction of an organism to some environmental stimulus. It is an adaptive mechanism and may be expressed in a variety of ways. All living organisms exhibit one or more types of stereotyped response. So basically it's a knee-jerk reaction, a knee-jerk pattern of response. They don't assess the situation and anticipate the future, but instead use coping mechanisms that deny, distort, or replace reality. They have a hard time calming down once upset and expect others to soothe them by doing what they want. Also prone to seeking comfort in intoxicants or medication. Yeah, kind of reminded of a situation just recently with my mother, where she was having a bad day, and then it turned out that I didn't tell her beforehand that I didn't have time to do the things that we meant to do together, which we didn't really make up any sort of appointment for or anything. And then she was kind of sitting there in her room and being like aggressively unhappy, and you know, she didn't want to she's too proud to say that she wants to be like taken care of and stuff, but basically I had to eventually come over and be like, hey, is there anything I can do for you? And like she complained about not having milk that makes a nice foam for her coffee, and didn't want to directly ask me to get some for her. So I kind of had to negotiate like, I can do that for you. You know, there's stuff I should be buying anyway, so I can do that for you. And then just little by little, you know, after doing what she wanted, the situation kind of cleared up, and she was you know, she started feeling okay again. It's just, yeah. And I feel like that's relevant to this, like, because she was like, nah, you don't have to get anything, like this day is already shitty, so it might as well stay shitty, is literally like what she said. And it's like, why? Does it have to be that way? And then, you know, she just spent that time just sitting around and like in her aggressively bored state, like tapping this drinking bottle that she had, like make sure that everyone in the vicinity knows that she's unhappy and stuff, and like, yeah. They do what feels best. Children are ruled by feelings, whereas maturity makes you consider that actions have consequences. They make decisions based on what feels good in the moment and often follow the path of least resistance. Usually he isn't able to do anything alone anymore. For example, he searches for butter, he looks in the fridge and already overwhelmed. Oh boy. That is kind of a lot. That's kind of worrisome. They are subjective, not objective. They don't reflect dispassionately on situations. What is true doesn't matter nearly as much as what feels true. They have little respect for differences. Yeah, I was wondering about that. That feels like it might be like a very, like, kind of a severe brain thing, like, you know. They are only comfortable when everyone in a relationship has a clearly defined role and holds the same beliefs. They are egocentric, not in the childlike way that children naturally are. Hi there, Jay. How are you doing? By the way, if anyone has any questions about like what the heck I'm doing, I assume you can tell based on context clues, but actually it might be a little difficult right now. I'm recapping what we did in previous study streams about this one. Yes, hello, Chris, what is it? Why don't you just be checked? What the heck are you doing? Well, oh dear. So, this is a study stream. Or, well, right now it's a recap of study streams. I was going through this book called... I don't know, I didn't need someone to ask, but if you wanted to know and you had trouble figuring it out, then I can explain. Yeah, there's this book called Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents. Subtitle, How to Heal from Distant, Rejecting, or Self-Involved Parents by Lindsay C. Gibson, PsyD. And, yeah, I spent a bunch of study streams, like, reading through it and taking notes. And it has been a hot minute. So, I'm recapping the notes I took on the earlier study streams, because me being the genius that I am, I of course didn't write those notes in a notepad or anything, but just, you know, right now the only way I have to access them is through the VODs. So yeah, that's what we're doing. I knew what you were doing, just wanted to help in case anyone else was too nervous to ask. Okay. Thank you for taking that sacrifice. They are egocentric, not in the childlike way that children naturally are. They are self-preoccupied in an obsessed way, commanded by anxiety and insecurity, like wounded people who must keep checking their intactness. They live in a constant state of insecurity about being exposed as bad or unlovable, keeping defenses up so others can't threaten their shaky sense of self-worth. This part is one of the most poignant of the whole book for me. Because when I read this book, I was at a clinic and, you know, like one of those inpatient things, you know, where I was actually staying there for a while. And the thing was, the people there were convinced that I had a narcissistic personality disorder. I'm pretty sure that was based on some misunderstandings. And, you know, I feel like, you know, it's a difficult thing for me to talk about because that kind of left an impact on me. I feel like in a situation like that, you know, if the head doctor like gets an impression of you, and tells all the other professionals like, oh yeah, they are that kind of person, then they're gonna look at everything you do and be like, oh yeah, I can see that in their behavior, and you know, it kind of creates this kind of feedback loop. So yeah, always be careful about diagnoses. Always don't be afraid to question them. Wild routes appeared. I'm pretty sure I had those. I'm pretty sure I have routes. Yeah, I have the entire God of War family. Just checked on him again. He took some cough medicine again. Also understand that you that with a cough is definitely worse than a normal one. Oh dear. Where was I? Right. And I feel like this is one of those things that I want to research more closely, because narcissistic personality disorder is an interesting thing, a very complex thing that is a horrible, a really horrible diagnosis to get. Because if you're in a situation like mine, you get that diagnosis and you're like, well, shit. If it's defined in part by your inability to accept criticism of yourself. Because what narcissism is basically narcissism can be understood as a defensive a defensive mechanism of your brain that exists to make sure that that your sense of self-worth is protected. Like, if something bad happens, there's a part inside of you that says, okay, no, this wasn't my fault. This was the fault of, like, I don't know, circumstances. Maybe even of someone else, you know? And that's a perfectly normal thing to have. But it becomes a personality disorder if you can't not be in that defensive state. If you are so constantly in that state of, like, having to defend your self-worth and doing anything it takes to do that, like putting down others, blaming everything on everyone but yourself, then it becomes a personality disorder. If you can't get out of that, that's when it becomes what makes a personality trait a personality disorder, is when you are so stuck in that pattern that even if it's harming you, you can't get out of it. And like, that's definitely not the case for me in regards to, like, narcissism. Like, I can have some issues when I'm in a bad situation emotionally with taking criticism and stuff, but I am capable of, like, reflecting on myself and admitting my mistakes and stuff like that. But, you know, you're put in a situation where you if you get that diagnosis, you can't just say, nuh-uh, I don't like this diagnosis, so I'm gonna ignore it, because that's what a narcissistic person would do. So it's like, it's kind of a catch-22. Catch-22, is that what's called? That thing, you know? That's kind of horrible. But I feel like this egocentric thing is kind of, it puts that same thing in kind of a different light. Like, I could see myself, I could kind of accept that diagnosis for myself to an extent through this lens, like, that my self-worth was just so shaky that I have trouble looking beyond that. Like, I'm so constantly caught up in wondering how other people perceive me, and anxious about that, anxious about how I appear, and anxious about doing the thing that makes me worth something according to my own twisted brain, according to the patterns I picked up. And yeah, I feel like this lens of emotional immaturity is a much better lens to view that kind of thing through. And I just want to look into that more. Oh, hang on, the next part is about that too. Self-preoccupied and self-involved. They're constantly vigilant about whether their needs are being met or if something has offended them. Their self-esteem fluctuates entirely based on how others react to them. They minimize their mistakes to avoid criticism. I'll get back to that. They can't perceive others' feelings as legitimate as legitimate as their own. Oh no, they can't perceive others' feelings as legitimate because their own feelings take up 100% of their perspective. This is essentially narcissism, but it doesn't mean that they enjoy thinking about themselves all the time. It's involuntary. They fundamentally doubt their core worth as human beings. They are, simply put, also victims of emotionally immature parents. Their development was stunted by anxiety during childhood. That self-preoccupation is more like that of someone with a chronic pain condition, rather than someone who's in love with themselves. This is an important part. Like, that's another reason why this whole narcissistic thing is like such a bad construct to understand this condition with, as far as I see it. Because there's like these two very different types of it. There's like that type that you usually think of when you hear a narcissist, like someone who is like so constantly self-preoccupied with like making themselves out to be like this super great person and stuff. But I feel like more commonly it's more of a defensive thing, more about like putting down others and putting the blame on others, and to make sure that you aren't the one who's at fault, you aren't the one who's quote-unquote bad and stuff like that. And yeah, that they minimize their own mistakes to avoid criticism. Like, I feel that's one of those things that led me to think, okay, there's something to this, because a big part of my relationship with art was that I ended up so anxious about wanting to be like an artist, that I ended up not actually making any art. Because, you know, I would just eventually maybe draw something that I think looks good, and then basically be like, okay, this proves that I am not bad. And now I'm not going to draw anything for months, because I'm too afraid to maybe make any mistakes anymore, and prove that maybe I'm actually a bad artist after all. And stuff. I never used to in our whole relationship. Basically, my ex, who is one. Oh god. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. It is pretty common, actually. At least, you know, parts of this. You know, it's not like, I don't want to say like, oh, your ex definitely is a narcissist or has like narcissistic personality disorder, but these patterns definitely are relatively common. She always tried to spin the narrative that I was bad and lied to the cops after trying to stab me. Holy shit. Laughing. Good lord. I'm sorry to hear that. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. Still have the scar tissue. Oh boy. Okay. Well, apparently I stopped in the middle of that chapter. More traits. They are self-referential, not self-reflective. All roads lead back to them in a conversation. They take any opportunities to talk about themselves, even to upstage whoever is talking. They don't really like to listen to others. They might politely wait for you to be done and then move on to another subject. They won't consider their role in a problem and dismiss it by saying they didn't mean to hurt anyone, so clearly they can't be blamed, right? So the focus remains on their intention, not the impact on someone else. Right, that's what people often mean when they talk about like genuine apologies, and about like how bad apologies are all like, I didn't mean to hurt you, sorry if I did hurt you, but I didn't mean to. So, you know, it's like, okay, but you did, so take accountability and try to take measures to not do that anymore, and, you know, maybe make it up to me. From my personal taste, I go through way too much for a single soul. Oh, Lappen. You do. I'm hugging you in spirit. Oh, the ever popular, look at what you made me do. Oh god. Oh dear. That is some high caliber narcissism. They will often be the center of attention and dominate the conversation, as long as the group allows that to happen. There's a distinction to be made from being extroverted. Extroverts crave interaction, not just an audience, so they won't shut others down to stay in the center. Okay, yeah, valuable distinction. Extroverts crave interaction, not just an audience. They promote role reversal. They will basically expect their children to be there to support them instead, to give them comfort, unconditional admiration, and someone to talk to about their troubles, without giving the same back. They have low empathy and are emotionally sensitive. Being out of touch with their own feelings, they are also blind to how they make others feel. The highest form is mentalization, the ability to imagine that other people have their own unique minds and thought processes. Wait. Being out of touch, they are also... The highest form is... The highest form of what? Man, I took some bad notes here. Sorry about that. The highest form... Oh. Being out of touch with our... True empathy also requires resonating with those feelings. Ah. Okay, I guess it means that they might be capable of, like, imagining that other people have their own unique minds and thought processes. But true empathy also requires resonating with those feelings. Basically, you know, taking them seriously. You can recognize someone's emotions, not care, and then just use that to manipulate them. That's no bueno. At this point I'll maybe take the offer to move into the house of a friend and his fiancé and just live with them until I can get on my feet. That might be for the best. Like... Yeah. I understand if you would feel guilty about that, because you feel like you should take care of your father, but... You know, it's not your role to do that. You don't really have the responsibility to be there for him. Like, you've been doing everything you can by trying to get him to you know, see a doctor and stuff. You're not your father's father. Yeah. Why are there so many emotionally immature parents? Basically, they had it bad. Considering children as humans is a pretty new concept. Imagine that, and it's still not universally accepted. It used to be all about physical care and discipline. And basically, you know, emotionally immature parents create emotionally immature children, most likely. That's one of those things that this book never really quite gets into, which I always found interesting. Like, kids are humans, yeah. It kind of works in progress, but still quite human. By the way, there's a bronzer in chat. I don't think I had that. Oh yeah, I have a bronze on. Definitely fake news. No. Well, I beg to differ. Pokecatch, Ultra Ball. Where was I? Right. This book. There's always this. It's kind of something you have to like read between the lines. You know, it's quite obvious that, you know, a lot of these. Basically, it kind of hints at it like that. The fact that emotional immaturity in your parents can foster emotional immaturity in the children. But the book never really gets into like, you know, saying, hey, you might be emotionally immature, which is an interesting approach. I guess they don't want to like seem accusatory or something. Hey, got that bronzer. To be honest, if I should have kids someday, I wanted to be happy. So yeah. Deeper effects of being emotionally shut down. Emotional inconsistency and contradiction. Growing up with many restrictions means that they couldn't develop their sense of self naturally. People would leave a bad review if confronted with their faults. Yeah. That is... quite possible. Quite possible, actually. Help for human. There's a... I feel like that concept exists. It exists for like professors at universities, I think. They couldn't develop a sense of self naturally, ended up without a well-integrated sense of who they are, like an amalgam of various borrowed parts, many of which don't go together well. Growing up with many restrictions means they couldn't develop their sense of self naturally, so they ended up without a well-integrated sense of who they are, like an amalgam of various borrowed parts, many of which don't go together well. This feels like a very significant part. This goes on to make them unpredictable, which leads to their children feeling uncertain. Intermittent reward situation. An intermittent reward situation, where the parent will sometimes be loving, can serve to make the child bond even more strongly and desperately to the parent in an effort to chase those rare moments of emotional closeness. Yeah, I probably had that. And it's all the more likely to make the child feel responsible for the mood shifts. How about we make that a social media platform where user accounts can have a star rating? Let's not. They develop strong defenses that take the place of the self. Learning that some emotions are forbidden, they suppress their instincts and don't develop their real self. Sometimes children will feel like there must be a real, fully developed person underneath those defenses, maybe even cherry-picking their favorite parts and claiming that those are the real ones. But they all are. It's all real. Also note the uncomfortable parallels to the kind of behavior some people will display towards the love interest. I could fix him and stuff. Yeah. I'm glad that's not a thing. Would allow for many ways to bully people. Incomplete development leads to emotional limitations. They fear feelings. They avoid quote-unquote dangerous emotional intimacy by sticking to a well-worn life script. Children of these parents often develop a fear that if they start crying, they won't be able to stop, because they haven't been allowed to experience the natural ebb and flow of emotion without having someone stop in to stop them. I can fix him, big serial killer, yeah. That is unfortunately very much a thing. Okay, let me scroll forward. Beep. There we go. Reminds me of each time when a mass murderer is like loved just for the looks and... yeah. There we go. They focus on the physical instead of the emotional. Emotionally immature parents might take care of their child's physical needs, but not much else. Some children might remember them being well taken care of when they were sick, even affectionately so. Apparently parents who were afraid to be affectionate used their child's sickness as a justification to allow themselves to indulge them, but then would stop once the sickness is over. It's quote-unquote okay when it's in service of the child's physical well-being. Note: this can help the development of psychosomatic conditions as the body learns that there are benefits to being sick, as I said. They can be killjoys. No fun allowed, basically. How can you like someone who would even kill you without a second thought? Yeah. The brain does weird things. They have intense but shallow emotions. Easily overwhelmed by deep emotions, they instead tend to transmute that uneasiness into quick reactivity. But the expression seems superficial, dramatic, but not deep. Not sure what this means. That's one problem I have with this book. A lot of it often reads like basically emotionally immature is bad people and emotionally mature is good people. And sometimes it's like, okay, but why? where do you draw the line? How do you identify this? Like, yeah. Like she specifically wrote that getting what you want without manipulating others is a sign of emotional maturity. I don't know if I would take that as part of emotional maturity, because that just seems like ethics. I feel like ethics and emotional maturity are probably separate, and if not, then it would have been good to like expand on that, like why that is. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense if this definition is correct. Then emotionally mature people are more capable of identifying with people, like being empathetic and resonating with that empathy. So obviously not wanting to hurt others as much. I think being immature isn't that bad, but there's a line where you need to be mature. I for myself am pretty immature, but I at least can be mature serious as needed. I feel like you're thinking of a different kind of maturity there. Like, this emotional maturity that this book is about is specifically about your ability to deal with your emotions in a healthy way, in a way that is where you are in control of your emotions when necessary, but not by just suppressing those emotions or pushing them aside and bottling them up and stuff. So yeah, it can be hard to learn that, but it can be learned. It really can be. Okay. They don't experience mixed emotions. Feeling mixed emotions is a sign of maturity. Blending contradictory emotions together implies a grasp of the complexity of life. Black and white thinking rules out difficult dilemmas and stuff. Differences in quality of thought, such as difficulties with conceptual thinking. Restrictive households generally aren't conducive to the development of independent thought. Emotionally immature people can still be intelligent and capable of complex conceptual thought, but their inability to handle strong emotions makes them unable to keep this up for subjects that are emotionally close to home for them. Once strong emotion enters the picture, they fall back into black and white. Teiyu didn't train in the end here, so I'm going for a small walk before it gets dark. Absolutely. You go and catch those last few bits of sunshine that hits home. Yeah, same. Yeah, this is definitely my mother. They are prone to literal thinking. The conversations tend to be shallow, just about facts like what you're doing, what the weather is like, but nothing of the world of feelings or ideas. Already out, do you want to see the view? Sure. I can have a look at that later. They intellectualize obsessively. Oh god. Are you calling me out now? They might get obsessed with certain intellectual topics, but don't apply that ability to self-reflection or be emotionally sensitive toward others. Their preoccupation distracts from emotional intimacy. They might discuss favorite topic at length, but don't really engage with the other person. I mean, some of this stuff also just kind of applies to kind of lighten the news. I have good news to you. Okay, what is it? Yeah, sometimes some of these bits also make me a little uncomfortable because they feel like they apply way too much to like neurodivergent people. I'm not sure how to feel about that. So yeah, I guess it's one of those things. Dianella was talking about that yesterday on stream, where you shouldn't self-diagnose because there so many symptoms can be a sign of so many different kinds of things, you know? Like maybe you know, you do this thing like you obsess about a certain intellectual topic and you only engage with others in terms of that. But then maybe that's for an entirely different reason, you know? And then you're, you know, so preoccupied with like figuring out this one diagnosis that you got for yourself, but in fact you should be doing something entirely different and you're barking up the wrong tree. After talking to my doc, as long as I take 2 times my medicines, I can go back into eating my allergens. Oh, cool. That would be a great help. Self-diagnosis is semi-valid, but I see the point. Sadly, for other parts of the world, getting a diagnosis is hard. Yeah, I feel like... You definitely shouldn't, like, set it into stone. Like, it can be helpful to, like, look at... Like, if you think that maybe you have, for example, ADHD, but you have no means of getting the official diagnosis or anything, then it can still be helpful to, like, look at social media posts about, like, what kind of things are helpful to people with ADHD, and you can just try those out, and if it helps you, then that's awesome. And you can just keep that as a working theory. But... yeah. But maybe also look into other reasons, like why you could have those problems. For example, most autism therapy diagnoses are made for children, specifically boys. Yo, Ordinary Days, what's up? I'm just reading and talking about feelings and stuff. Just send it to you since I already posted the same photo before. Okay. I'll have a look at that later. Got good and infuriating news. Oh, good and infuriating? Like, both at the same time? That would be interesting. Well, Geodude. I don't think I have that. Indeed I don't. As an adult autistic person, you cannot seek any therapy or even support groups that are official since, well, it's made for kids. Oh, jeez, really? There's gotta be something. Good news is I got hella good at Sniper Thief too. The infuriating news is that I lost a case battle in Counter-Strike Grand Offensive to my cousin. Because he unboxed a $10,000 knife and beat out my $750 knife. Oh. That feels like bad game design, honestly. Sorry about that. Chapter 3. How it feels to have a relationship with an emotionally immature parent. Exercise. Assessing your childhood difficulties with an emotionally immature parent. Another checklist. Most of the time you need to be in contact with other artistic people just to help you. Walking in the mountains can be nice therapy in the end. Yeah, absolutely. Going outside is super important for your mental health. How case battles work is that if you lose, you give everything you uncreated to the winner. Ugh. I see. I didn't feel listened to. I rarely received their full attention. True. My parents' mood affected the whole household. Absolutely true. They weren't sensitive to my feelings. True. They seemed to expect me to know what they wanted without being told. Probably, yeah. It felt like I could never do enough to make them happy. Possibly. I was trying hard to understand them, but they didn't try hard to understand me. Maybe. Open and honest communication was difficult or impossible. Maybe. Probably. They thought people had their assigned roles and shouldn't deviate. Maybe for my father. They were intrusive and disrespected my privacy. Not really. They seemed to think I was too sensitive and emotional. They played favorites. Maybe. They stopped listening when they didn't like what was being said. Maybe. I often felt guilty, stupid, bad, or ashamed around them. They rarely apologized or tried to fix problems between us. I often felt a pent-up anger towards them that I couldn't express. Yeah, probably. A lot of clinical evidence for getting out into nature. Yeah. The hardest part is, in my opinion, and that goes for each neurodiverse person, the world is made and catered to neurotypical people, and in general you will be looked down on or be treated with little to no respect. I mean, I don't think that's something you need to reinforce. I think that's something probably most neurodivergent people already feel way too much. Unfortunately. Conversation is difficult or impossible. See above. They have a lack of interest in other people. They need to be the center of attention. Right? Gonna make sure I didn't miss anything, right? I don't think. Okay. They provoke anger. Anger is a natural possible response to abandonment. If this anger is repressed out of fear of repercussion and internalized, it can lead to self-hatred, depression, and even suicidal feelings, anger against the self. Or like passive-aggressive expressions of anger, trying to defeat the parent or authority figure through behavior like forgetting, lying, delaying, or avoiding. Still hear these shitty autism jokes since I live near a school, and believe me, I hear them each week when school is going on. Oh, really? Man, that sucks. Emotional contagion. Little children communicate their needs by making everyone else also feel miserable, thus forcing them to take action to resolve the problem. Emotionally immature parents do effectively the same. But if the parent isn't willing or able to understand their own feelings, the problem can't get resolved. Yeah. As I said earlier, They don't do emotional work. Emotional labor is hard, but comes naturally to emotionally mature people. It doesn't come naturally to emotionally immature ones. They sometimes even take pride in just saying whatever comes to mind, no matter how unnecessarily hurtful it might have been. They seem to think that they have no responsibility to care for the feelings of others if they don't explicitly spell them out. It doesn't surprise me though, it's the same school I was at. Oh man, Lupin. I'm sorry. They are hard to give to. They want to be cared for, but don't actually like to accept genuine concern. They reflexively pull people in, but then push them away. They ironically expect people to read their minds. Like, if you really loved me, you'd know what I want. Yeah. They resist repairing relationships. They prefer to conveniently blame the other person. If the other makes a repair attempt, they have a completely unrealistic idea of what forgiveness looks like, expecting to just instantly return to how things were, as if processing emotions and rebuilding trust didn't take time, and as if actions didn't have lasting consequences. Does that a lot? Do not get that expecting to know what someone thinks. Do not get that. She expects me to know what she means instantly. It can be kind of hard to like conceptualize that other people have very different internal lives. Like, I keep bringing this up, but there was this, once I was so tired and sick that I was outside walking past the gym I'm usually at, and I was looking through the windows and saw people exercising, and I was like, how can they exercise? I'm sick. As if me being sick also meant that other people were sick. Like that was like, I just had that thought in my brain for like a split second, but that was like such a little callback to like the way you think when you are basically like a newborn, when you don't, or even past being a newborn. Like apparently young children still struggle with, like, for instance some children might be on the phone with someone, not with no camera on or anything, and then they'll try to show the other person something because they haven't quite grasped yet that person is kind of present but doesn't have all the input that they usually would when they are present, and stuff like that. And also one thing I heard is that young children, when they come back to school, they don't like talking about what they experienced in school, because they can't quite conceptualize that the person asking them about that doesn't already know that, because they, it's like a newborn still has to learn that stuff still exists when you can't see it. And in the same way, it can be hard to conceptualize that when you only have your own perspective, when all you know is what you experience, that experience isn't what the world actually is, but it's just your own perception of the world. For example, she asked me to get her a book the other day. I asked where it is. She just said, "Don't play dumb, just get it." That's what... Oh, that is so silly. Oh, man. Good to see you're doing what you strive to do. I'm proud of you. Aw, Yokai. Hi there. I'm proud of you too. How are you doing? They resist repairing relationships. They prefer to conveniently... Wait, no, we already had that. You good? That's good. I'm glad to hear that. They demand mirroring. Emotionally mature parents naturally mirror the emotions of their child, which aids in the child's emotional development and allows them to feel seen as a unique individual. Emotionally immature parents tend to expect their children to be the ones to mirror them. They expect them to act that way, the way they want. Their self-esteem rides on things going their way always. But a child is incapable of accurately mirroring an adult. Some parents have a fantasy about their babies making them feel good about themselves, then get all upset when those children turn out to have their own needs. And you passed everything. Nice. Good job. In general, you just need direct orders and information. Yeah, I feel that. Their self-worth rides on your compliance. This makes the child's emotions even harder to handle, as their failure to deal with the problem makes them feel anxious about their quality as a parent. They'll then blame the child for making them upset. Statements like, well, I guess I'm a piece of shit then, serve to shut down conversation. Yeah. Also back to, back to bad apologies. Well, I guess I'm a piece of shit then, to make the other person that you're apologizing to, that you're supposed to apologize to, have to apologize to you for, make you feel, reassure you that you are not a piece of shit and stuff like that. These tests that were done when they diagnosed me for autism were so fucking stupid. Like, the fuck you mean with want to go to a restaurant or a cafe? I need info. Yeah. Which time? Who is with me? Do I know the place? How many people are there? Yes! God, I hate that. I hate taking questionnaires because, like, every question, I'm like, okay, we need more context here. Like I can't answer this. I can't just answer yes or no to this question. Like, this is this is a highly specific situation that you should. I mean, this is you know what I'm saying. God, I hate taking questionnaires. Roles are sacred. Role entitlement. Demanding certain treatment because of your role, such as parent. Role coercion. Forcing or manipulating someone into taking up a role, i.e., the parent wanting the child to act a certain way. Yeah. Using roles, right? That came up before. Forcing roles into the family dynamic. You hate questionnaires? Why? Well, you see, that is actually a question I can easily answer. Now, a why question is actually kind of easy to answer, but when you give me like a multiple choice thing, where it's like, would you describe yourself as this or that? Or would you rather do this or that and stuff? It's like, it depends. I don't know. Something else weird. My not friend has heavy dyslexia. They tested that with a friggin' reaction speed test. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Teiyu, want to go into a library or a cinema? Probably a cinema? Of course, it really depends on what movie is playing, I'm generally more into are you animal, vegetable, or mineral? I would say vegetable sometimes. A wild pumpkaboo appeared. Hang on. Gen 6. Where is the pumpkaboo? Ah, I have Gorgeist, but not pumpkaboo. So, Pokecatch, Ultra Ball. The library is filled since it's finals week, and the cinema is fairly empty, and you can choose the movie we see. Well then, obviously the cinema. That's so much better, yeah. Okay. I think I need another break. Be right back. It ain't hard, just make an example.
There you go. Check out the glacial area below the village. I guess we're going deeper finally. I've not been able to go any deeper for, what, 5 in-game days, I think? 6, maybe? 5? No, I think 6. I don't know, one of the two. And I thought we might have
Angry Blend, hang on.
I'll take you to the dragon shop. We'll buy the toy that hits the spot. Push you to the floor so that your ears go flop. Be bad bottom until your buns pop.
Arkran. Oh yeah. Oh goodness. That's a lot.
Oh my god,
That's a lot.
Arcred, please like copy that for me and send it to me, because I'm gonna like do that up in calligraphy and hang it right over our bed.
Huh?
Do it.
My god! Essie?
It cost 800,000 kills.
Why would you do this?
Was it worth it? It's funny.
You're from Vicky. I've got a friend in Victoria. I feel sorry for your friend. That they live here. Send this to them. Clip it and send it to them. I feel sorry for them that they live here.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20! Let's go! Katie Flips exercise stream. Let's go. No more pretzels. Yeah, I got new tracking, guys. I can actually go over to the side of my room now.
Drop and give me 20.
Why did you time that like that? Why did you time that like that? I like bent over and everything. Oh wait, that was Angel! Angel, I don't fart. I didn't fart. That was Angel. No, stop! Don't clip that! Don't clip that!
The Illithid is looking worse for wear. On par with yourself at this moment, you would say,
I'm here to kick ass and drink milk, and I'm all out of milk.
We are going to attempt that penance. That shit penance.
The penance shall not be named.
remember, the stronger you smell, the stronger you are.
Oh, those are empty.
The stronger you smell, the stronger your game sense. You are heightening your prowess.
Are you okay?
You are heightening your fucking sense.
He's having a.
I'm fucking genius. Actually, a fucking genius. My brain is so fucking big. Like, it's massive. I'm not even... Probably explains all the headaches. It's just the size of my ginormous brain pressing against my skull 24/7. Right, so we need to return to Ward 13 from here. Jules, your silence is noted.
Yeah, heart. Oh, in real life, heart. Like this? There you go. You happy?
Ah, wait. Wrong scene. Hello. Yay. Thank you. The rough thing about these streams is that I kind of have to keep talking all the time. It's not like with a game where I can just kind of keep playing the game for a bit. Super extra extreme Teiyu. Like extremely Teiyu, or like just a really intense voice? Explain. Analog, I'm gonna need more of a description. Oh dude, calm down. Oh no. I'm sorry. I know that was a little extreme. How about you get a tea, or should I brew you one? Yeah, you know what? That actually sounds good. Macho Man Teiyu Savage. Extremely cute. I forgot to write the cute. Ah!
Oh, you want the cute? There, okay. It's a little difficult right now. Okay, I'm doing the cute voice. I'm doing the cute voice now. How are you doing? How are you doing, Analog? I hope the weather is real nice. I'm Stitch. Yeah, I'm Stitch. Hi there. Is this what Stitch sounds like, really? I thought Stitch was like a little bit more goblin-like, like I'm Stitch. Hey, I've imported Morocco mint tea or homemade cherry tea. Oh. I don't know. You pick the one you want. Although homemade cherry tea does sound really nice. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. Although mint might be actually better for my throat. I'm gonna go ahead and stop doing this voice now, if you don't mind. Just this is really hard.
I'm gonna have to mute for a moment. The mouse sounds are bugging me. Sorry. Wait, the mouse sounds. Which mouth sounds? Which mouth sounds do you mean? Can you hear me smacking my lips and stuff? Like smacking sounds? Ah, sorry about that. Oh, Hang on, I feel like I need to fix that. Immature compressor. Yeah, don't know how to fix that actually. Don't know how to fix that right now. I'll just try to get further away from the mic. Hope you won't mind a teaspoon of Gelée Royale. Absolutely. Could have been a jerk and said when you asked what mouse or whatever noises happen when you talk, but I'm not that mean. Good. Also wouldn't have been very helpful. You know, I just wanted to make sure that you don't mean like the voice, but actually like, you know, sounds that are secondary to the speaking. I hope it's better now. I hope you can still hear me just as well. and here my mouth sounds less. So getting a jar of Gelée Royale has been more expensive. Aw. Also, it's rather funny that you have an after image because you have a second UID here. Emotional contagion, hard to give to, resist repairing relationships, demand mirroring, self-worth. Wait, oh, right, we were on this one, weren't we? Oh. Wait, what? Hang on, I'm confused. Did we already do this one? Emotional enmeshment. Oh, okay. I guess we just stayed on that one for a while. Demand mirroring? Or I don't know, I'm confused. Ah, okay. That was just me bringing up the previous study stream. And now scrolling forward, scrolling forward, scrolling forward. Oh, this was a slow one. Wait, no. Ah! Hang on, I'm confused. Prone to literal thinking. Intellectualizing obsessively? Uh-huh. Where's the emotional enmeshment? There it is. And this just kind of keeps going for a while. Noise gate. I think so. I mean, wait, what is noise gate? Noise gate. I have noise suppression. Is that the same thing? Oh yeah, it does. The ÇOʀᴄဃɪᴠᴇ was it was beautiful. Quite a tale for the ages. Chill vibes to have nightmares too. Also I'm self-conscious about my own mouth sounds when I stream, so it's not just you. Whole 100-gram jar costs $25. That euros. that is a bunch of money. Holy crap. Is it actually made of gold or something? Definitely wasn't anyway drama for me. Okay, good to know, good to know. So, emotional enmeshment. This is a big one. This one took me a while to really figure out. Stuff queen bees get. Oh, let's see. Kinda lucky. Keep clearing up. Okay, thanks for the lurk. Thanks for hanging out more. One of the filters in OBS, since you don't have it, is great since it creates problems, cuts your voice. I was about to tell you to delete. Oh, okay. Somewhat premium product. It does sound like that, huh? Emotional enmeshment. So, an intense relationship between two emotionally immature people, parent and child in this case, who seek identity and completion through an intense, dependent relationship, through which they create a sense of certainty and predictability through the roles given to each of them. Hi there, Queen. How are you doing? As mentioned, you of course can have a teaspoon of it in tea. Oh dear. Please don't waste something that expensive on me. Corsola. The Corsola in chat. Corsola. I do have that. Okay. So, enmeshment. Enmeshment. Basically, y'all should look up enmeshment because this is a big old thing. But what it is, it's basically this dynamic of creating roles for one another to which create a system of like interdependency of dependency on one another. Codependency, I guess, yeah. Which, you know, you're kind of tying the other person to yourself. And hang on, let me make sure. Okay. And that, you know, that creates a sense of safety, but it also means that you are basically imprisoned in a cage and not free to develop. And it'll give you like this sense of knowing what to expect, but not actual happiness, because there's no sincere, genuine emotional connection. Just this kind of mechanical construct of a relationship. It is tasty, so but I'm not a I'm not a gourmet or anything. What was that Pokemon again? I mean, it's cute. It's cute. I really like what they did for Corsola in Gen 8. That was amazing. Was it Gen 7? Man, there are too many generations at this point. It was Gen 8. I think part of that is favoritism. A parent might clearly favor a less dependent and emotionally mature child that they can make dependent on themselves, while a more independent child will receive less attention, which can actually be beneficial to the less favored child as they get more space to grow outside of a restrictive role. Hungry, need to go find goat. Okay, have fun with goat. Finding substitute family members. They might also act out that need for enmeshment with people outside their family, with church or other communities and organizations, which we had. There was a bit of a discussion about that. Thanks for the hat pat and hydrate and stuff. There was a bit of a discussion about this when we were talking about that on stream. Because hang on, I need to mute myself for a moment. Where was I? Right. This is not like about found family or something. It's not like about replacing your family bonds with that you're unsatisfied with bonds with other people that you're actually satisfied with. This is about like creating this sense of purpose by getting through enmeshment. It's hard to explain. Like the example they gave was that there was this person whose parents were never really cared for the child, like not in the emotionally available way, but they threw themselves into like charity work where they would care for like homeless people, and it seemed like they were using that to get this sense of purpose of like, hey, these people are dependent on me and I can provide for them, and that makes me a good person, and that is great. you know. As much as I do not like religion, can definitely help us emotionally and mentally. Can help a lot. Just not just about religion itself, but some people really care to give you good advice. Yeah. It's not about like the religion itself, but like about the way you relate to it, you know? About basically about your evaluation of it, about what it means to you. Like it can be... Lone Wolf, hi there. Thank you so much for the follow. It's the tribalness in our nature. Like it can be... Religion can be a very valuable source of like, of course also identity, like community, that is important. But for some people it can be like this spiritual guidance that really means a lot and they identify very deeply with, and for other people it's just like, yeah, this is a place where I have this role and that is a good thing for me because I like everything being very clearly defined, so nothing ever surprises me, and everyone also should act the way that I expect them to because otherwise I get very, very nervous and stuff like that. I do not, for example, go near the churches, etc. here since they have literally tried to convert me. Yeah, that is that is an issue. Okay, let me stretch and hydrate. Everyone from my grandparents' church have given up trying to convert me. Some gave a bad name for sure. In the past was changed, now there's pride flex, etc. there. Nice. That's cool, that's cool. Okay. Emotionally immature parents have an inconsistent sense of time. Well, they might. They tend to, when it comes to emotional matters, regress to a sort of infantile mindset where they just exist in a sort of perpetual now, and moments in the past and in a projected future just kind of float in a disconnected void. This leads to behavior that seems emotionally manipulative, like just doing whatever feels best in the moment with no regard for long-term consequences. They act inconsistently, lack accountability, self-reflection, and a care for future consequences. This is a bit of a complex one, and I don't feel very well equipped to elaborate on it because I'm not very familiar with this specific thing. And also, thank you for the headbed. But yeah, I'll try to if anyone wants this to be elaborated on, because it is a little bit hard to understand. And there's the next one. Determining your parents' type of emotionally immature parenting. Okay, hang on. Can we... grew up with kind of everything, but mostly occult. Ooh, wow. Where was I? newharbinger.com 978. Hang on. Like this, we can make it work. Okay. newharbinger.com This should work. if you want to play along. I like saying it so openly, since people worry that I summon demons or slaughter animals for rituals. Nah, I don't think so. If I know that even like actual Satanists don't really do that kind of stuff, so you know. And also I wouldn't be worried about you summoning demons because I don't believe in demons. Okay, so emotional parents. Oh yeah. Okay, so determining your parents' type of emotionally immature parenting. So the emotional parent is preoccupied with their own needs, has low empathy, are enmeshed and not respectful of boundaries, are defensively non-intimate. You don't believe in demons? I was just watching a documentary about a group of people that slay demons. I see. What is this documentary called? Even if flesh for a ritual is needed, I'd go with a local butcher, you know? Of course. Demon Slayer. Oh. Right, yeah, I did hear about that. It's a very cool documentary. You know, you don't usually get documentaries that, you know, go with such stylistic flair. They don't do reciprocal communication. They just talk about themselves. You learned a lot. A lot about yourself, a lot about the world, a lot about demons and the slaying thereof. My dad always practiced his things. It's funny since his ass once almost burned down a graveyard. Oh god. Oh dear. Did he have to do that stuff like in secret? I don't imagine that people would take very kindly to, you know, rituals being done in graveyards. Oh, god, hang on. Freaking some of his brothers. Oh. Okay. Brotherhood things. Just brotherhood things, you know. Hashtag brotherhood things. Not self-reflective. They have poor relationships repair skills. Are reactive, not thoughtful. Are either too close or too distant. Either blow up or cut others off. Are frightening or intimidating. Wait. Frightening or intimidating emotional intensity. Oh, right. They have some. Yeah, their emotional intensity is either frightening, is frightening or intimidating, right? Okay, I had trouble reading that for a moment. Oh wait, I did unmute. Okay. I think he's too far gone now. As much as, yeah. That is unfortunate. It's either too close or too distant. Wait, we already had that. Expects that child to provide soothing, not considering the child's needs. Likes to pretend that they don't run the show. Sees themselves as the victim. And scrolling forward. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's just move it over there. Wooloo! Oh. Wooloo! A wild wooloo in chat. That is almost a goat. Wooloo. Okay, I got that. No problem. Get an idea of what you need to do once. The driven parent. The driven parent is preoccupied with her own needs, has low empathy and meshed, bad boundaries, etc. You know, defensively non-intimate, nor reciprocal communication, not self-reflective. Poor relationship repair skills, reactive, not thoughtful, too close or distant. Basically a lot of stuff that repeats. But also has rigid values and perfectionistic expectations, is goal-obsessed and busy with machine-like tunnel vision, sees the child as a reflection, not considering the child's actual needs, likes to run the show, and sees themselves as the fixer. Maybe let people send in their thoughts anonymously so they don't need to worry what someone thinks of them when they read their stuff. When you read their stuff. Yeah. I was thinking about that, like, maybe it wouldn't be bad since some things can be scary to say here. You mean like anonymous chat for while the stream is going on? Because I was thinking of having like an anonymous like message box, like mailbox, post box thing. I don't know. Or like if people have problems that they would like some advice on, or you know, just any kind of question that I would like to ask, you know, because I'm not very good at improvising. I'm not very good at thinking on the spot. So, but I would like to give people valuable advice. So I would really I would like to do that, but I would prefer for it to be like in a way where I can just take my time thinking about these things to make sure that I give a good response. Hi, Connor. I'm glad you enjoyed here. Okay, the passive parent. My dad. Is preoccupied with her own needs, has limited empathy, is enmeshed, not respectful of boundaries, sporadically emotionally intimate, such as when drunk, engages only minimally in reciprocal communications, mostly self-centered, is not self-reflective, has limited relationship repair skills, is thoughtful on occasion, too close or too distant, can be kindly and fun but not protective, has a laissez-faire attitude that all is well. Okay, it's maybe not so much my father. Is affectionate but not protective. Okay, not my father. Likes someone else to run the show or be the bad guy. Yeah, okay. But, yeah. Sees themselves as mellow and good-natured. In general, you should maybe do some stuff with Dan and Emma in the future since mental health is important. Yeah. Maybe. I have a bunch of friends who, well, you know, a bunch of fellow streamers I know who are into mental health stuff, and yeah, I'll look into doing more with some of them. I did actually rope in. Oops, Daisy. Sorry. Wait, what was? I gotta make sure I got a name right. Diana Kione. Okay, there it is. Wait. Sure. Shout out username. There we go. I roped in Dianella, who is an absolutely wonderful person, to work with me on my mental health content that I'm gonna make by the end of this year. Always glad to see you collabing with others, not only because it's content, also because it's a type of social interaction. You want to see me get outside and talk to people? Thank you. I need to go back now. It's almost night and there are wild animals here, so I need to be careful. Oh boy. Oh, good luck. Don't get eaten. or attacked by a boar or anything. I wanna see my happy boy. Yeah, same. Okay. And the rejecting parent. Rejecting parent is preoccupied with their own needs, shows no empathy, has impenetrable boundaries, seems disconnected and hostile, seldomly communicates, is not self-reflective, has no relationship repair skills, is reactive, attacking, and demeaning, too distant, ignores the child or can be rageful toward them, is often rejecting and angry, sees the child as a bother and doesn't want to get near them, likes to mock and dismiss, and sees themselves as independent from others. Wait, I should embrace my child? Never. Perish the thought. Ooh, we're getting into the healing stuff. But in a bad way. Hey. Oh, I like the face I'm making here. Y'all, I want y'all to appreciate how much work I put into my freaking teeth. Because man, I did a lot to try to make my mouth feel 3D. Because I have that. Give them abandonment issues, yeah. So, healing fantasy. Basically, healing fantasy and rolled self is, your teeth be bussin' bro, thanks dog. Alright, you can't actually see the face I'm making. Wait. No, I can't move out of the way far enough. I got it. There we go. Look at that. Well, you can't actually really see it. Okay, never mind. So, healing fantasy and roll self. Now I'm gone. Yeah, I wanted to show you the thing in the back because I'm a ghost, yeah. It was a little spooky. Healing fantasy and roll self. A healing fantasy is basically when your emotional needs aren't met as a child, then you're probably gonna develop some kind of coping mechanism. And that coping mechanism is probably gonna be like, if I do this, then maybe I will get the love that I always wanted from my parents. Or maybe if this wasn't the case, then everything would be good, and stuff like that. And the role self is like the role you put yourself into in order to try to make that happen. And yeah, these are some little examples you can try to complete for yourself. Little examples on sentences that you can complete for yourself to see if maybe you have one of those still. To see what kind of coping you try to do and stuff. I catch ghost Pokemon to get over? Okay, fine. I always cope is easy. Use the new and improved copium. Yeah, and improved. With fewer side effects, such as sausage fingers. Improved asthma. And having your unborn sibling grow on your neck. Anyway, I'm getting loopy. So, healing fantasies might be something like, I wish other people were more... something. I try hard to be Giga. The main reason people like me is because I'm hot as hell. What does giga even mean? Copium TM isn't responsible for all side effects. Hashtag copium. So for example, I wish other people were more chill. More open and accepting. More approachable. Why is it so hard for people to not get their panties in a knot about stuff that doesn't really matter? For a change, I would love someone to treat me like a princess. Pokemon, gotta catch the field. Maybe one of these days I'll find someone who will treat me like a princess. I think I made this exact joke. I think I made this exact joke the first time I did this. In an ideal world with good people, other people would treat me like a prince. In an ideal world with good people, other people would, care for each other, I guess. I wish other people just take me for who I am instead of seeing me as the idealized picture they developed of me. Yeah. And, I'll treat you like a princess, Teiyu. Okay, do it. Go ahead. Prove yourself. Roll self. I try hard to be kind and honest and self-reflected. The main reason people like me is because I am kind, honest, and self-reflected, and probably approachable, I guess. Other people don't appreciate how much I try very hard. I always have to be the one who apologizes, I guess. Now I have to get a tower and a dragon. Yeah, get on it. I've tried to be the kind of person who is worth loving, I guess. Didn't think that far ahead. Well, you reap what you sow, dude. Don't worry, little good boy. I can even lift you that one. Nice. I always have to be the one who cuts the crusts off of everyone's sandwiches. It's a hard fate. Someone has to do it. Use the words and ideas from these responses to write 2 short descriptions, which will reveal your secret ideas of how others need to change in order for you to feel loved and appreciated, and how you think you must act to receive that love. Then write a short summary of how it's been like to try getting others to change, and how it has felt to play the role self you described. I don't know, I didn't think I'd get this far, but the crust is the best part. Yeah, that's where the vitamins are. You have a cabinet full of crust for you. Chris, you aren't supposed to feed bread to birds. It's unhealthy for them. Meep is gonna get all sorts of vitamin deficiencies and stuff. It's not good. Okay, I think that was it for this session. Okay. Next one. There we go. Smooch him. Neither's giving him Alka-Seltzer, but here we are. Huh, I guess so. I try hard to be myself. The main reason people like me is because I'm just way too loving to everyone. Other people don't appreciate how much I work to make something work. I always have to be the one who is emotionally there, and I've tried to be the kind of person who is kind and open. Aw. Yeah, yeah. I would unterschreiben that. I would sign that. I would sign off on that any day of the week. You are very full of love and stuff. I have the heart of a lion and a lifetime ban from the zoo. Anyway, Smoochum. I was trying to look up if I have that. Beep 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 beep. I don't think I do. Boop. Okay. Herr Ziegenmann, dies kann ich auf eine Rolle Küchenpapier unterschreiben. Two styles of coping with emotionally immature parents. Internalizers and externalizers. Sorry, Levin. No. Internalizers tend to look inward and try to improve themselves because they seek responsibility for problems within themselves. Mein Gott, this room is full of Blundsmock. Sure. Wow, Chris, I didn't know you spoke German. They are more likely to beat themselves up over things. I didn't either. They may receive more outside support by appealing to nurturing instincts, but also quite likely to suffer alone in silence. What is the Amerikaner saying? What? Laughing? Am I having a stroke? What do you say? Well, you said this room is full of blunt smoking. So, I hope that helps. All I understood about that was something about a roll of kitchen roll, yeah. Let's sample some funny sounding sailor shit, yeah. Okay, anyway. Externalizers look outward for the source of their problems. They tend to not seek self-improvement because they see the responsibility for all their suffering in the unfairness of the rest of the world. They may find external help by forcing others to deal with them, but are quite likely to push others away with their impulsive, confrontational behavior. Children with externalizing styles. Oh, right, by the way, this is this is about like how children cope with emotionally immature parents. I feel like I needed to make that more clear. I don't know. There's internalizers and externalizers. Yeah. Children with externalizing style are more vulnerable to enmeshment with a parent, and a parent might see the child as a welcome excuse to not deal with their own mess, since they're so busy being the strong adult taking care of the helpless child acting up. Ik heb geen idee wat dit zegt. Ik heb geen idee wat dit zegt. Was that okay? Was that okay pronunciation? Ik heb geen idee wat dit zegt. Dezelfde. Oh god. I still maintain that the German word for toilet should be Puppenfurt. But it is. Didn't you know that that is also a word? It is not. It is not actually. I've invented the Kulakugel Schnurrbart-Zwirbler with the Werner and the Hansi. Now I can drink the beer and eat the pretzel. I am so happy for you. Das Puppenfarten. Yes, indeed. Externalizers exist on a spectrum. Extreme ones may be downright sociopathic, using others as a resource for themselves, while more mild ones might even look like internalizers. For example, they might be very quiet and passive to avoid being hated by others, but they'll secretly resent them for forcing this passivity on them, even if they only assume that that passivity is expected of them. Oh. Oh. Guess I'll have to give you guys another link. Wait, no. Newharbinger.com. Newharbinger.com. And 31700 to play along at home. Did you know in terms of sex that sex is sex? I feel like we're getting off topic. This one is kind of interesting. Like, I don't know. I don't know what else to add to this, but this really, this feels really interesting to me. Like, the fact that you can, that you just kind of can assume that people expect you to be passive and resent them for this expectation that you are projecting on them. Like, that is... Actually, this whole projection thing makes me feel like maybe the next study stream after this book is finally done should be about what's it called? About whatever that thing is that hang on. Like, I was having a workshop that astral projection, yes. No. I was taking a workshop on the behest of the job center to help me with, getting self-employed with this whole thing. And the first workshop was about communicating with clients, client communication, as one might say. And it turns out that workshop was actually more like some kind of group therapy, because it was actually about like general like communication dysfunction, communication disorders, communication dysfunction rather, and like where that comes from, like all these. It was really interesting, like all these assumptions we make about others, about all these ways that we fail to truly deeply communicate genuinely and all that stuff. Do not trust workshops. I mean, it depends. It all depends. Like, I mean, like this one, I assume that you mean like, there are all sorts of like mental health gurus and like life coaches and stuff. And you're right to be skeptical of those, because anyone can call themselves anything like that and get a lot of money out of your pocket for unqualified help. But yeah, I mean, this was a thing that, like, well, first of all, I didn't have to pay for it, so that helps. And there's Uzi. Hi there. Thank you so much for the raid. And sadly, we're kind of a group they love to take advantage of. Oh, it's true. Oh, but yeah, hi Uzi. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi. How was Hat in Time? What was it? Did you have the time? Did the time hat? Did the kid hat? Did it hatch? I'm sorry, I'm getting a little loopy. I didn't sleep terribly well. No, Lappen, no.
Rawr!
Spooky Mansion Ghost. Oh, Uzi. Oh no, Uzi, I'm so sorry. I hope you enjoyed the scares. Yeah, that level of Ahead in Time is so surprisingly intense. Slams ate my D&D group. Well, that seems like a skill issue, honestly. Okay, hi. So, for anyone who doesn't know, Uzi Oozborn, this beautiful creature you see here, who is not dangerous, I assure you, is actually like one of the most supportive and calm and gentle and soothing people I have ever met. And you should all follow them. And yeah. And as for me, I am and yeah, they also care a lot about mental health and are and yeah, and talk about it a lot. Yeah, honestly, kind of a better mental health streamer than I am, but I'm trying to work hard. I'm trying. But yeah, hi, this is Teiyu, your emotional support animal. I strive to become a mental health content creator. I hope to get something up on YouTube, like a big ol' video essay on mental health by the end of this week. Not this week. This year. This year. Hello. Right now. Kamikitsune. Okay, I will. You know, I'll say hi to everyone in a minute. Actually, I should say it right now. Gloopies Maximus, hi there. Welcome. Thank you for coming. And hello, the Uzi. Thank you for the raid. And Rhizomatic. Hello. Thank you for the using. And Madame Universe. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the using. And Kitsune. Thank you for the using. BJ here somehow. I guess you did. And Zeta the cat. Hi there. Good cat. And Varen the goblin. Hello. Thank you for the using. English language is adorable. Probably has some sugar on them. True. Yeah. I guess if you're very sweet, you might have to worry about some slimes. Kitsune, thank you so much for the follow. Made it back. Welcome back. G is the word for staring in Japanese. Yeah. G. That genie problem. Hi. welcome. Getting some lunch and lurking. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Go take care of yourself. Nice to meet you too. And a fan of sweet and savory. No one is safe. Oh god. He is best go with 11 out of 10. Aww. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, I am doing my first study stream in a long time. I went through this book little by little, and took notes on it and discussed the contents with people in chat. And the book is Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents by Lindsay C. Gibson, which is a book about the way that our parents, treated us and how emotionally available they were for us affected us as children and still affects us into adulthood, and how we can recognize that and learn to overcome those influences. And yeah. Get yourself that ass sandwich. There's a Kamala in chat. Hang on. Oh god. There's a lot happening all of a sudden. Hang on. Kamala in chat. I'm gonna look if I have a Kamala. Just real quick. Just for a quick moment. I will look for Kamala. I have a Kamala. Okay. Okay. So, Ghoulie, hello. Vibe check. I am struggling to stay at a good level of energy. I didn't sleep terribly well, and my health isn't all there. My throat is very phlegmy, but I'm trying to stay focused and not die. But in terms of emotion, I'm doing well. I feel like this is going quite well, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm reasonably happy. Get yourself that ice sandwich, and I'm gonna have a stretch. I heard that. Yep. Yeah. Posture check. Ask Teiyu about his progress. I will say, if you look into my checklist regarding how much I've done of my tasks recently, it's mostly filled in. I haven't been perfect about it, but I kept it up. I kept it up mostly, except for like the really dark times, you know. But yeah. But I am gonna have to like really get on it to still meet my monthly goal that I set for myself. Which is, by the way, to take better care of the community, which, hang on, let me, well, I have you here. This should work, right? I hope. I think. Why is this not working? Just seen that I got 30k in Poké Dollars. Oh wow. You can use Poké Check to see if you caught it early. Yeah, I just don't like using that command because I don't like I don't like what do I call it? Taking up too much space in chat, which is a good example of how you know exactly what this whole stream is about. I don't want to take up too much space. Also, I'm Monty. What the heck are you? Salutations and howdy doodle family. How are you? Yes, hello. How are you doing? I think I already answered your question, but how are you? The third eye isn't of the evil variety. No. It's my it's a spiritual thing. Okay, no. Stream elements did work. Okay. Define better care of the community. All right. Well, mostly I want to set up some stronger rules for the Discord and for the stream. Like stronger in terms of like, you know, not too overbearing or anything, but like strong and like concrete enough that I can still point to something and be like, okay, you actually just broke this rule, so please don't do that. You know? Neither a sentient cookie. Made some sulfuric acid for fun. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Follow your dreams. And also, yeah, find more people who would like to be mods and who I can trust to do that. And hi, Nakuya. Hello. Making things extremely clear I think is good. Yeah. I mean, clarity is difficult. Like, I have like really high standards regarding rules and stuff. I always want rules to be, you know, just not too much, just enough, you know, just enough to still to deter bad behavior, but to allow as much freedom as possible, basically. So it's hard to make rules that are like that, but still concrete enough that you can be like, okay, no, we welcome all sorts of like expressions, freedom of expression and whatnot, but this is not okay, you know? And hi Luminous, thank you so much for the coming with the raid and also for the follow. Glad you enjoyed here. Hi. Okay, Golan wants me to work out. Next up is, sit-ups. Right, sit-ups was next in the order. Spent like months reworking rules and values for my space to not allow much bad faith or harm from my critters. Yeah. So you also have a community then? Let me check. Nikuya. Oh, hello. And thank you for the follow. I'll check you out soon then. In the meantime, I'll go and do those sit-ups that Golan asked for. And I'll leave you all with another shout out for Uzi. Be right back. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay. Yum yum yum. The thing about that really makes making these rules so difficult is that it doesn't even have to be bad faith. Like, I had a bunch of fights in my community where I don't feel like anyone was acting in bad faith. But so it's like it makes it even harder to figure out how to best deal with that. So yeah. So I've got to figure out some way to like to put into words some kind of system of accountability. Want me to sort them out? No. Like taking accountability for everyone themselves. Like, I guess that has to be part of it. Yeah. Okay, where are we? Good, I don't even have sleeves. Good. Show off those shoulders. The world deserves to see them. Alright. Somehow didn't realize there was a second page to this. Okay. So, some externalizer traits. Their approach to life tends to be living in the present, not considering future consequences, thinking solutions come from the outside, looking to others for improvement. What should someone else do to improve this? Act first, think later, and underestimating difficulties. I was interested in this title before, but forgot to ever get around to it. Oh, are you into psychology and stuff too? Yeah, it's a very valuable subject. It's really been helping me a lot. Really put some things into perspective. By the way, did I forget if I fully explained what I'm doing. there's this book, and I had done a bunch of study streams on it before, and because it has been a long time since I did that, I'm going back through my VODs to catch up on those notes. And then, yeah, and then we're gonna get started on finishing the rest. Hang on, give me a second. Good. Their responses to problems tend to be reacting to whatever is going on. You know, just in the moment, just kind of reactive behavior. You know, this sentence just on its own is a little bit like, no duh. Like, everyone reacts to whatever is going on, but you know, there's less agency there. Viewing problems as someone else's fault, blaming circumstances, getting others involved in their problems, denying or escaping reality to feel better. Their psychological style tends to be high-speed buzz and heck yeah. A valuable subject indeed. As one of my musician buddies, Sin7Ven, I don't know how to pronounce that. Sinven? I put it in one of their songs. Too many people don't think about what they think about, and too few people who think about it can think aloud. Wow. Yeah. That is pretty apt, yeah. Sin7, yeah. I guess that makes sense. It's just like, you know, hey, Briley. The psychological style tends to be being impulsive and self-focused, believing emotions have a life of their own. Oh yeah, like I couldn't help it, you know. It was just too strong. Getting mad easily, having no interest in the inner psychological world. Their relationship style tends to be expecting others to provide help, thinking that others should change to improve the situation, expecting others to listen and tending to engage in monologue, and demanding that others stop nagging. Okay. Gotta scroll forward. Oh. Oh, wait. Okay, I guess I just didn't remember about underestimating difficulties, or maybe I added that later, I don't know. That's indeed how it's said. The album that song was on is about the stages of grief. It's great. I'll toss it on Discord. Okay, go ahead and do so. Internalizer traits. Their approach to life tends to be worrying about the future, thinking solutions start on the inside, being thoughtful and empathic, like what can I do to make things better, thinking about what could happen, and overestimating difficulties. A lot of these sound like good qualities, but you have to be careful not to, not to neglect yourself. Like, you don't have to be the one to always make things better. You know, there's a balance to it. There's a Bergmite. Bergmite. I don't have that. My Gen 6 is quite easy to overview. Okay, gotcha. Did you know that a fuck ton of mental health issues could be avoided by, weird concept by the way, just being a good person in general? Yeah, But you know, the thing is, what being a good person means is highly debatable, unfortunately. Like, a lot of smart people have been talking about that for a long time and have not yet come to a consensus. Unfortunately. The response to problems tends to be trying to figure out what's going on, looking for the role in causing a problem. What's my part in this? Engaging in self-reflection and taking responsibility, figuring out problems independently and working on them, dealing with reality as it is and being willing to change. And their psychological style is thinking before acting, believing that emotions can be managed, feeling guilty easily, and finding the inner psychological world fascinating. Which, another caveat here is that believing emotions can be managed is, of course, a good thing to believe, but if you go about it in the way where you just you intellectualize everything, like, it can get harmful to you. Like, I'm very very guilty of that. The way that I feel like I always felt like I had to keep myself under control, and now it's gotten me a little emotionally stunted, and it also causes like all sorts of psychosomatic issues, because emotions are basically your soul's feedback system, like pain, and if you ignore that and just act the way that you think you are supposed to act, instead of going with your feelings and like satisfying what your feelings want you to do, then eventually your body is like, okay, I guess I need to put on some what do you call that? Put off the kitty gloves and like try some different methods to make you finally do the thing that you're supposed to do in order to not destroy yourself, you know? Like, I've heard of someone who actually got temporarily blind because it's just like some kind of psychosomatic thing. Like, they were pushing themselves too hard and just for a couple minutes went blind. Just for no apparent reason except that apparently they needed to take it easy, you know? And actually relax for a while or something like that. I don't know what the situation was anymore. But it can go crazy. Like, it starts with like back pain, which makes sense. Like, when you feel like you're carrying a heavy burden all the time, then your body is like, okay, I guess I'm carrying a heavy burden all the time. You know, that's what that feels like. It's, yeah. Mental health can cause bodily functions to disable momentarily, yeah. Can I, by the way, take a bite of you in a playful, cute way? You, sure. You're free to imagine that. No, I guess. I'm not sure how to respond to that. But I trust you enough. And yeah, relationship style. Thinking about what others need first. Considering changing the self to improve the situation. Requesting dialogue about a problem. And wanting to help others understand why there's a problem. Requesting dialogue about a problem. That's assuming that, you know, they are emotionally stable enough to not be terminally afraid of that kind of dialogue. But yeah, that's all I managed in this stream, apparently. Next one. gotta be honest, I'm not sure. I don't think we're gonna be working on the rest of the book today. I think after this this review, I will be quite done. Chapter 7. Breaking Down and Awakening. The chapter where we start the healing process. Let's freaking go. Yeah, well, we're on the subject of, you know, emotions and pain and the role those serve. Yeah. This is about that. About how bad emotions, you know, quote unquote bad emotions aren't actually bad. They're just negative because they're trying to tell you that something isn't right. If you cannot, you simply cannot. Just do it at your own pace. Which part? I forget what you were talking about. Or what I was talking about that you might be responding to. Alright, oh yeah, yeah. I think it's gonna be a little more than 4 hours. That's a good length for a stream. Yeah. So, remember rolled selves and healing fantasies. Roles you took and fantasies about a potential better future that you adopted as a child in the hopes that it would lead you to a future where your emotional needs are met. The awakening can take the form of depression or a sense of failure, hypertension, inability to sleep, etc. These are warning signs that we need to get back in sync with our true selves. Basically, the disconnect between your innermost feelings and your reality causes psychosomatic or psychological issues, like a pain signal trying to make you aware of the damage you're doing to yourself. Yeah. If I need to repeat what rolled selves and healing fantasies are, go ahead and ask, please. Being in accord with your true self puts you in a state of flow. I wonder what Dr. There's no way that's his real name. Or their real name? Hi there, Dan. I mean, totally not named Dan. What did you walk in on? Well, you walked in on a study session. Well, a review of several study sessions. He was Hungarian. What is Hungarian? Okay. ΣΟʀᴄΓΙᴠᴇ. That is a mouthful. Okay. I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if he was actually quoted in the book, but I don't know, maybe. But yeah, being in accordance with your true self puts you in a state of flow. The true self is something interesting that comes up in this book. I don't remember if it's gonna come up in the notes. But yeah. Hi Dan. If you have any questions specifically about what I'm doing, then please go ahead and ask. And as I said, if I need to repeat anything, if I need to explain any terms, like rolled selves or healing fantasies, please ask. Because, you know, I can't spend all the time just kind of assuming that I need to repeat everything. Although I think his concept of flow focused more on being within a certain threshold of cognitive load. Yeah, definitely that. That's the kind of flow that I know, but it also kind of applies to this. You know, like if you have that direct line to what you really want to do, then you're gonna be a lot less slowed down by like second thoughts and stuff like that, you know? You're just gonna be vibing and doing the things. The true self is essentially a self-informing neurological feedback system that points you to your optimal functioning. More on that later, apparently. A child will naturally gravitate towards following that as much as possible, but parents' disapproval might make them ashamed and adopt role selves that attempt to suppress that intuitive guidance. Indeed. Being in accord with your true self puts you in a state of flow. Oh hey, there it is. Makes you focus on solutions rather than problems. And just basically makes you happier and more self-assured as you learn to follow your true needs and trust in your instincts. Anyone else notice that flow is becoming the quantum of self-help? No, I have not noticed such a thing and I don't know exactly what it means. Can I just have a magic pill that makes me feel better physically and mentally? I mean, I guess that might exist, but it might also be illegal. And it might make you very addicted. So I'm gonna need you to be careful about that. But yeah, that's chuck quantum in front of something and suddenly it sounds like science. I guess. Quantum is the smallest unit of energy. Oh. I never actually looked up what it means. Man's talking about some really illegal shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm just answering your question. Hang on, let me take a sip of some liquid eat food. Liquid eat. What the hell am I saying? My brain is deteriorating. Hang on. Yeah, open up. Comes from the same route as quantity. Yeah. Okay, where was I? Right. So, right. First of all, regarding what Lapan said, I'm afraid there's just no easy solution. You know, it's the thing about changing your mind, changing your brain, is that it is possible, but it always takes pain and effort. Because, you know, like nothing comes from nothing, basically. Your brain is malleable, but in order to have an impact, you need to basically put energy into it. It's like physics. You can only change something if you put energy into it. Like if you have to punch something hard enough in order to leave a dent. How does time work for you, Teiyu? I saw you in Moa's chat. It was like 4 a.m. Well, Babu, my friend, might I inform you about the existence of time zones? It is currently half past 8 p.m. So, yeah. Just have too much pain and it will be so far. Oh, I know. Your brain didn't get to the place it is overnight, so it's not going to get to another place overnight. Basically that, yeah. So yeah, and what I'm not convinced that I'm actually gonna get to that how do I put this? I wrote more on that later in this line, but I'm not sure that I'm gonna get to that more on that later. So just to be sure, I'll elaborate. The true self is essentially a self-informing neurological feedback system that points you to your optimal functioning. I find this a very fascinating concept. There's a wild pet rat in chat. Hang on. Man, I feel like I almost need to turn that off for study streams because that is really distracting. Pokecatch, there we go. So what she puts forward here is that you know, as you grow up, your brain just kind of has this idea, like your brain just, you know, through this whole learning process, through everything it learns, everything you do, everything, it gets this idea of what works well and what works less well, what it thrives in, what kind of conditions it thrives in, and you know, all that, what it enjoys doing, what it can do well, what it cannot do so well, what it would rather do in a different way. All those things are basically saved in your brain, like as a sort of secondary function of everything you do. And what she's putting forward is basically that there is such a thing as a true self inside of you that is basically your brain's combined idea of, like, basically it means your brain has this sense of what you would like to be doing all the time, what it needs to be just in a state of flow, basically, like in perfect condition for it, like perfect circumstances. And it will always try to push you in that direction by saying like, hey, we're not in that state right now. What's going on there? That makes me sad. That makes me angry. That makes me that makes me sad because I want support. That makes me angry because I want to change that. That makes me afraid because I'm, you know, I need to run away from the situation that is making me not in that state. And so basically all your emotions are that true self being like, hey, I want to be happy. I want to be in that ideal state. So go ahead and do things to make sure that we can be in that state, basically. Yeah. I don't know if I explained that well, but it's... I just think that is a very fascinating concept. Like the idea that there really is something inside of you that really... like, there is an optimal way of, like, quote-unquote functioning for you. And you can find that. You have the technology, basically. Thanks for that, Pet and Hydrate and Stretch. Yeah. Always in my 5 to 10% state. We can rebuild you. It's not gonna be easy. But we can do it. All the other percent are used to keep me breathing. Oh, Lappen, I'm glad that you're still breathing and here with us. That this place would be a lot less colorful without you. Thanks for that, Pat. Exercise Awakening to Your True Self. Take a sheet of paper and fold it lengthwise down the middle. Caption one side my true self and the other my role self. On the my true self side, think back to your childhood. What were you like before you tried being someone else? Before you learned to judge and criticize yourself, what did you enjoy doing? What made you feel good? If you could be the person you really are, and didn't have to worry about money, what would your life be like right now? I recommend looking back to who you were before 4th grade. What were you interested in? Who were your favorite people? And what did you like about them? If you had free time, what did you like to do? How did you like to play? What was your idea of a perfect day? What really raised your energies? Write down these thoughts in no particular order as they come to you. F it, I'm gonna get paper. Okay, good. Go ahead. Play along at home. Heal thyself. Note, of course, you're gonna change and learn new things throughout your life. This exercise is probably more about the broad strokes. not so much did you enjoy playing hopscotch, but more like, did you find fulfillment in using your body or something like that? So yeah, there was some discussion in chat about this whole thing, because obviously you change. You can't like look at what you were like as a kid and be like, yeah, I want to be that exact person now. Like, that makes no sense. But like, for instance, one thing I realized thinking about myself as a child, like what I used to love doing, is that I actually have like really fond memories of, you know, hanging out with my best friend and recording stuff on cassette tapes. Like, we would just goof off and like babble all sorts of random improvised nonsense into it, and I would act like some sort of like rock star or like some kind of host, some kind of show host or something, like, so that there was that energy inside of me to express myself, to put myself out there and like entertain. So that really put into stark contrast how I turned into a person who for a long time basically never spoke at all, you know? And really reinforced that I want to do this with my life, you know? Like, express myself. Teiyu så awesome. Aw. Was he so awesome too? I cannot think of myself. Aw. You cannot think of yourself? How do you mean? Yeah. So, let me keep reading. Generally, I do not know myself. Oh, do you not remember your childhood? Or how do you mean? On the half with the my role self heading. Contemplate who you've... A lot of folds. I have a lot of folds too, but you know, try to find those memories that stick out. Like, I remember so little, but there are some of the significant stuff is gonna stick with you. Also some of the very insignificant stuff, you know. Like, one of my earliest childhood memories is that we had this foosball table. And someone wrote the German word for monkey under it. And I remember reading that and realizing that it was spelled wrong, because it was only with one F. That is one of my first childhood memories. It's probably not significant. You remember something really bad, Sarah, before you're gonna stop? Aww. No. Do you remember anything happy? Oh god, I'm afraid of the answer actually. Oh no, I hope you can remember something happy. But yeah, if you don't push yourself, because there's no professional insight to to help you get through that if it triggers something. So, you know, do that at your own pace. Like, I'll put it this way, like, if what we're talking about right now is probably gonna stick with you at least a little bit. So maybe over the course of the next few days or even weeks, like, maybe some more thoughts are gonna come up. And maybe, like, little by little, you can try and learn a little bit more about your past self. And it's not going to be as overwhelming. Okay, let's keep reading. Contemplate who you've had to become in order to feel admired and loved. Are you now involved in things that you aren't really interested in? What do you make yourself do because you think it means you're a good person? Are there people you are involved with who deplete your energy and make you feel drained? What are you spending time on that's boring to you? How would you describe the social role you try to play? How do you hope others see you? Which of your personality traits do you try to cover up? What are you glad nobody knows about you? Put that paper away for at least a day, then compare. Which self dominates? I remembered my abuser. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hug. Let me give you the hug. Okay, and let's scroll forward. And that seems to be all. Okay. In order to heal, I found peace with them dying, though. Of course, thinking back is still painful. Ooh, yeah. In order to heal, you first need to break down. That said, please don't break down right now. I would not enjoy that. Break down in like in a controlled way, ideally. Probably. When you're having a breakdown, there's a good chance that it's not your actual self that's breaking down, but rather that ability to deny your own needs and emotions. Time to get my baseball bat. No. Nope. Weapon. Nope. That's a bad weapon. The name of no, don't. This is about emotions. It's about emotions. In order to learn anything new, the old behavioral pattern first needs to break up so it can be reworked. There are theories about emotional distress potentially being more of a sign of growth than of mental illness. See positive disintegration, a sign of an urge to change. Some people fall back into their old patterns, but taking those periods of distress to learn about yourself is a great opportunity to change for the better. No kneecaps, you do need those kneecaps. I cannot stress that enough. Just as well that I don't know how to play Killing in the Name of. Good. Exercise. Releasing yourself from a self-defeating role. Write a short personality description of someone in your life who makes you feel nervous or small. Next, think about how you behave around that person. Then write a short description of the role self you've been playing with the person. See if you can spot a healing fantasy that might be driving you to seek this person's approval at all costs. How much time have you spent wishing this person would act differently toward you? Do you think you might be playing out a self-effacing role that no longer serves you? Are you ready to see yourself differently and relate to this person as you would to anyone else? Can play some Doom OST if that counts. I mean, it can help. If you need some aggressive vibes right now, then go ahead. And that was that for this session. We're in the home stretch. And my tummy hurts. So, good thing that we're ending soon. Okay. Need a belly rub? Sure. You know what? I won't say no to that. Thanks, dog. Well, crabby. I'm not feeling crabby. I'm just a little tired. Oopsie daisy. You okay, sketch. Exercise, exploring whether you have hidden feelings. I don't even remember what this is. Anytime you're in a particularly down or anxious mood and you can't entirely place it, consider that you might have some hidden feelings. Think of the times you feel worst and consider if those feelings are related to thinking about a particular person. Often something like a feeling of dislike or fear of someone. Try to put your feelings toward this person into words. Consider using the simple language of, say, a 10-year-old. Do it in private so you can speak freely. Speak out loud or whisper something like, I don't like it when person does thing. Speaking your feelings out loud can give you a sense of relief. You don't have to confront the person. In fact, that can cause more trouble than it's worth. For now, it's only important that you know what you feel and allow yourself to feel and express that. Confronting the person can come later. This is about your own inner peace. That is... thanks. Thanks, Luminous. I always feel bad when thinking of myself. If I could, I'd slap myself. Oh no. You're wonderful, Lopman. Why would you need to slap yourself? Okay, where was I? Right, this... I don't know... I don't know about, these hidden feelings. I'm not sure. I'll need to explore if maybe I'm just missing something, or if I really... if I really don't have much experience with this. But... remember that guy who had... well, I actually didn't talk about the guy, but there was a guy who did that workshop that I was talking about like communication and communication dysfunction and genuine emotional connection and communication. And I had some quote-unquote coaching sessions with him, which were actually more like therapy sessions. And he's like, what is it called? Hang on, I need to look this up. Familienaufstellung, English. Family Constellation? Systemische Familienaufstellung. Systemische Familienaufstellung? Oh yeah, no, this is what it is. Family constellations, also known as systemic constellations and systemic family constellations, is a therapeutic method which draws on elements of family systems therapy, existential phenomenology, and Zulu beliefs and attitudes to family. I don't know what this means. The Zulu people, what the heck? Interesting. Anyway, the point is, he got me to, well, he basically observed how, talked to me about my parents and stuff, and observed my reactions and what I was saying, and offered me some phrases for me to repeat. And it's really crazy how much of an effect that could have. Like, he would just say a phrase and ask me to say that phrase. And, you know, at first I was like, what the hell is this? I would just repeat that phrase like with a question mark at the end, like, okay, I don't know. But then eventually there were like actually some phrases where it was like, oh yeah, this saying this actually hits home. And eventually there was even a phrase that was like, I can't bring myself to say this. This feels way too painful to say. It's like, yeah, like, just saying something can be so powerful. Like, so yeah, I really recommend this. Like, trying out like some phrase like this, like, I really don't like this, or I feel like this. Just really saying that and putting that out into the world, like the act of saying that with your mouth can be really powerful, and like observing your own reaction to it can be like a great hint to help you figure out like what you feel strongly about and what is giving you, where there's like some kind of emotional struggle within you. Anyway, on to more amazing notes. Anger, good. Anger mean I don't like this, I want to actively change this. If you're overly concerned with trying to please everyone, recognizing that you're angry can be a first sign that you're allowing yourself to be true to yourself, and recognize if you're not treated fairly. Internalizers in particular are notoriously bad at self-care, especially if they had demanding parents who would chastise them for not performing well enough. They're always concerned with living up to an unreasonable standard and trying to take care of everything and everyone around them at the expense of themselves. That sucks. Take care of yourself. You can't pour from an empty cup, y'all. Wise words there, past Teiyu. Relationship breakdowns can be a huge opportunity for waking up. We tend to play out relationship patterns learned in childhood, and adult relationships tend to be very emotionally charged. So when a conflict breaks out, we might be reminded of past trauma on top of whatever else is currently going on. Quoting a person from an anecdote. Maybe I was hoping things would crumble. I've been beaten up, torn down and humiliated, and now I'm about to be laid off, but I'm telling you, I'm happy. I didn't think I was as good as other people, so how to define a successful person? I guess first of all you get rid of success, and then you see who you are as a person. Spoken by a man who lost everything in a divorce but gained himself. I don't know why I hate myself that much, but I would never be able to look into a mirror without having mixed feelings. I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that one day you can at least look into the mirror and think, I'm alright, you know? I have some good qualities and, I don't know, I also have some bad qualities, but you know, bad qualities tend to just be like good qualities in a different context. And, you know, whatever, even if, like, there's a reason for that and it's fine. I can't be perfect. And I just am the way I am and I'm trying my best, you know? I'm not that openly emotional, but recently something happened that just made me go outside and angrily smash glass bottles. Yeah. Also, this whole thing reminds me of my scar. You know that scar on my forehead? That is based on a real story. It took me a real breakdown where I got that scar to finally stop lying to myself about myself and admit that there was something going on that I needed to take care of, you know? Up until then, I had led myself to believe that all I need is like, you know, to pull myself together and like get good, basically. But that made me realize, no, there's a lot going on underneath there that really needs to be taken care of. It can't be fixed. My problems can't be fixed just by doing better. I have to look inward and heal, basically. I don't know, I needed to just destroy something without me being seen by someone who knows me. That's understandable. can be hard to accept that our parents or other people we hold in high regard are actually fallible, but it's an important reality to wake up to, as it allows you to be more objective about their behavior and to set appropriate boundaries. You've also got to learn to acknowledge your own strengths. There's nothing wrong about acknowledging that stuff, and it gives you a better sense of yourself and more energy to accomplish things. Keyword: narrative therapy. It's crucial for people to become conscious of the meaning and intentions in the storylines they've been living by. Storylines, in this case, referring to the way we seek meaning and sense in the world by putting it into a story-like structure in our minds. Evaluating the underlying values that these stories hold for us, we can uncover harmful ideas and try to replace them with helpful ones. Felt kinda good, yeah. Just some wholesome venting by destroying inanimate objects. And so we come to the last bit. Working through childhood emotional trauma is the most effective way of waking up from repeating the past. Working through means a process of coming to grips with painful realities, emotionally and mentally. It's literally like chewing and digesting something that's hard to swallow. The actual source of trauma matters less to its traumatic effect than whether the person could adequately process it afterwards. Parents who raise securely attached children are often characterized by a willingness to talk about and recall their own childhoods, even if that childhood was very difficult. Unlike emotionally immature parents, they don't avoid reality and so can be fully present for their child. It's true though, most stuff sits with you since your childhood. Chapter 8. Accepting your parents' faults can be hard not just for childlike reasons, but also for reasons of social messages regarding the status of parents. Your parents will always love you, they only want what's best for you, etc. But good luck with that if your parents are emotionally immature. This chapter will be about learning a new kind of relationship with your parents. They can't handle the emotional intimacy you want from your interactions. So even if you learned how to communicate in a very healthy way, you're not going to get them to respond in kind. If you still want a relationship with your parents, you're going to need to adjust how you approach them and the relationship. There are 3 key approaches towards freeing yourself from getting caught up in your parents' emotional immaturity: detached observation, maturity awareness, and stepping away from your old role self. I feel like this isn't the last thing I did on stream, which would suggest that I didn't upload one of the VODs, which would be bad. Hang on. Let me double check. Mm-hmm. 329. Not seeing any more recent one. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna have to pick up here next time. I mean, yeah, there's detached observation. You cannot hope for the kind of relationship that your healing fantasy promised you. The only achievable goal is to live authentically as your true self. You can't change your relationship, but you can save yourself. Reminder about enmeshment. Enmeshment is basically a codependent relationship. All parties have to fulfill their role for the sake of the others. There is no room for individuality and genuine exchange of feelings and ideas, much less room for changing anything that's causing problems. But yeah, that's all she wrote. Alright. Yeah, I'm done. I need to something. There's a soul rock in chat. My tummy hurts. Oh no. We need sleep. Oh. Are you okay? Got Solrock, okay. Is everything alright, Lapin? That felt closer to home than I thought. Oh. Yeah. I'm... Well... I'm not gonna say I'm sorry because, I mean... I think this is important. But I... I really hope that it doesn't weigh you down too much and you can deal with these thoughts well in a way that ruffles my feathers. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's find someone to raid. Oh hey, that's me. Okay, whomst do we raid? Huh? Let me double check. Call the flame. Colibri. Maybe I'm gonna order myself some Käsespätzle with extra onion. Heck yeah. Sorry. I don't know who best to raid. I guess. You know what? Let's go with ßÅʀᴄ. Sure, let's go with ßÅʀᴄ. Someone from Diana's community. I don't know why why this keeps flashing on and off. Hang on, let me just turn that off completely. There we go. Glad to eat my favorite foods again. Heck yeah. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Let's go for the raid. ßÅʀᴄ Fox. Yeah, she's a regular and I think a mod at ΔianaLeCione's streams. And, you know, it's good people. It's good people. And, yeah, I am spent. But yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. Rest well and remember you like you for you are. Same though. Hang on. I need to remember I have a right message. You will be heard. Wait, no. Wait. You will be heard. There we go. There's the right message. You can replace that emote with whatever other thing that you find appropriate. And yeah. Thank you so much for being here. Take care and remember that you're loved. Bye bye.